What the fuck, man?
Breaking news, Trump cancels Iran peace talks. ICE arrests dropped 12% after Bovino left. Breaking news, Trump cancels Iran peace talks. ICE arrests dropped 12% after Bovino left.
Hurry up! We need one last batch of banana and rice wine now! The feds are coming to audit. We must burn this place down after. Finish the preparation, then we burn it all! No time to waste. Hurry up! One last batch before we burn it all! Feds are coming! Mash faster! We have to finish before the audit! Burn it all down! No evidence! Time to burn this place down! Yes! Look at it burn! It's all coming down! Burn Winery, burn! Quick, burn it all down! See the flames? It's going! This place is finished now. Burn it all down! What are you doing? Stop!
Burn it all down!
Bananas and rice wine.
Burn my bananas and rice down! Burn it 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 down! 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 What's up, everybody? How's it going? Wow. What's new? How's it going, everybody? Happy Saturday night. I'm Jim, and I'm here to tell you some news. What's going on? Seems that there was some breaking news tonight, which we are going to talk about. We are going to get into the breaking news. Somebody tried to assassinate the president again, maybe, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner is what it looks like. Looks like some crazed leftists tried to get in with a gun. There was protesters out there talking about killing people, and we're going to get all into it. We're going to listen to what the people have to say. That's what we're going to do. But I'm here. I'm Jim. We're also going to, maybe we'll get to some other topics. Hopefully we'll get to the topics. California is going to have a vote on strengthening their voter registration requirements, proof of citizenship, stuff like that. They got it on the ballot, so we'll see what happens with that. The peace talks got canceled in Iran today, stuff like that. Also, some other things. How'd you guys like the intro? Was it pretty good? Looks pretty good. I think so. Let's see who's here tonight. We got Mr. Sneaky Sean was first. What's up? A teacher from California. Yeah, that's what it looks like. None of your business is here. What's up? Great to see you. Kevin, how's it going? Greeley, what's up, man? Great to see you. Dan, what's up? How you doing? Michelle, good to see you. What the F? Pray for our president. Yes, we're praying for him. Renee, so glad to be here on time. Thank you, Renee. What's up, CF Rob, trans teacher? What is he teaching his students? Probably. Look at Jimbo with the fancy intro. Well, there is a fancy intro over there on, I don't know. It's she, dummy. Oh, okay. Sorry. I didn't know it was a she. He, she. I don't know. Intro's a little long. Well, it is. I had to get everything ready. Did anyone get hurt at the White House, or was it just fired in the air? No, there was a Secret Service agent, I believe, got shot in his vest. It wasn't at the White House. It was at a hotel with the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Hey, Brian, what's up? Great to see you. So there was a shooting at the White House. Not the White House. The White House Correspondents' Dinner. It was at a hotel near the White House. Now, one officer was hit, was wearing a vest, was safe in general, but slightly injured. Trump said he's doing okay. Elon has some nice legs. Well, that's AI, so don't worry about it. Neat Scholar, what's up? Great to see you. Was it Antifa or Iran related? We're not sure yet. The news is coming in. What's up, Lisa? Great to see you. Ms. Hacker, good to see you. And so, yeah, someone tried to ram through to get to the presidential motorcade. Yeah, some protester tried to rush the presidential motorcade while it was going on. You're still banned on X. That's not good. That's not good. Lynn, what's up? How you doing? Yeah, slow news night, huh? Yeah, I don't know what we're going to talk about. We'll figure it out, though. We'll figure it out. Let's see. Doc's got something to say. What's up? All right, let's see what's going on. How you doing? Well, that's weird. That's weird. That is really weird. All right. Well, before we get into the White House Correspondents' Dinner, I will just bring this up because this is part of what I had planned before we get into the breaking news. All right. Ilhan Omar's husband's wine company has been officially dissolved.
Breaking news, Ilhan Omar's husband's wine company has been legally dissolved. You are looking...
My bad. I wasn't sharing that. Wow. I wasn't sharing that. Oh, and I didn't talk about the goal either. Anyway, you guys all know how the show works. There's a goal. Show's going to go about 2 hours, 2.5 hours, something like that, unless we hit the goal, which is $100. For each $100 that comes in across all platforms, we add an extra hour to the show. Show could be 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, however long you guys want it to be. It all depends. And then as an added bonus, if we hit $50, we activate Bellavision for the evening. There's Bella. And that's unless an individual donor gives $25 or greater, that automatically activates Bellavision. That could be like a Cash App, PayPal, Super Tips, any number of those things. Could be like 5 gifted memberships on anything. But anyway, yeah. So we add everything up across all platforms: Cash App, PayPal, Super Tips, Rumble Rants, Super Chats, Ko-Fi, Coffee, whatever. You just saw the shooter running through the checkpoint. Yeah, we have those videos are there. We're going to look at all those videos. So let's do this first.
Breaking news, Ilhan Omar's husband's wine company has been legally dissolved. You are looking at the state of California certificate of cancellation for Est Crew. That is the wine company owned in part by Tim Wynette, the Minnesota Congresswoman's spouse. Now, why would Wynette and his business partner dissolve their wine business, especially in light of this fact? The Wall Street Journal writing, quote, a 2025 email between Omar's husband and his accountant states that the venture capital management firm is valued at $7.9 million and the winery at $1.5 million. He owns roughly a third of both businesses, according to tax documents included with the lawyer's letter. But why was the winery valued so high in the first place? According to the New York Post, Est Crew had all kinds of problems. By 2023, winemakers said they were not being paid, and investors sued. And Est Crew had only $650 by 2024. Now, overall, the Post says Est Crew only sold a handful of wines between 2020 and 2023.
Now look at this. Among the wines sold by Omar's husband was this beautifully labeled Malbec. You see a devious-looking woman. There's a red devil over her right shoulder. Interestingly, the Malbec is called, quote, the devil's lie. What a name. Escrew also sold a Cabernet Sauvignon called Blockchain, a red blend called Overt, described in reviews as flimsy and tart. But Omar's husband's wine venture appears to have come to an end. And a supposed end to, quote, the devil's lie Malbec comes just days after we learned that Ilhan Omar accidentally thought she was a multimillionaire. Funny how that happens. Remember this from last week? Omar amended her financial disclosure form, which once showed her husband's businesses valued between $6 million and $30 million, blaming an accounting error. And Omar now values his businesses between $18,000 and $95,000.
Oh, that's good.
A change that came after her finances came under investigation. But Tom Homan says, stay tuned.
Yes, Omar drank all the wine.
The whole file is being reviewed. A lot of smart people are on it. Stay tuned.
All right, that's good. Okay. Trump spoke at the White House about what happened. So the man's been captured. He's from California, a sick individual, sick individual.
The man has been captured. They're going to his apartment. I guess he lives in California, and he's a sick person, a very sick person. And we don't want things like this to happen. I think it's very important that I say, though, and I told the representatives of the evening, they did such a beautiful job. It was such a beautiful evening. And again, they're talking about free speech in our Constitution. That's what it's all about, not just White House correspondence. It was really based on free speech in our Constitution. But I said very importantly that we'll do it again within the next 30 days, and we'll make it bigger and better and even nicer. So I just want to thank everybody that was involved. I also want to thank the press, the media. You've been very responsible in your coverage. I will say I've been seeing what's been out. You've been very responsible.
I disagree.
So the man
I'll disagree. They haven't been responsible. I saw someone posted that it just says the White House Correspondents' Dinner was interrupted. I saw a headline on, I think, CNN or something like that. And then what's this? Mr. Sneaky Sean said CNN already did the meme and called the attempted assassin white. So let's see. There's another video here.
Well, thank you very much. That was very unexpected, but incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. This was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both.
All right, well, this is a shitty video. Who recorded this? This is ridiculous. All right. So this is a picture. This is what Melania looked like when the shooting happened right here. You can see Melania is terrified. This other guy's terrified. Trump's like, what the hell's going on? This is crazy. You know, she's terrified. The left will never stop trying to end her husband's life to father her only child. It's heartbreaking and evil. It is heartbreaking and evil. It's crazy. The attempted assassin's name is Cole Thomas Allen, a 31-year-old male from California. Democrats have the Secret Service defunded right now. There's absolutely no excuse for anyone trying to get a gun anywhere near a sitting president. This is in a serious breach of security at the Washington Hilton, where President Trump was attending the White House Correspondents' Dinner. A few anti-Trump protesters gathered outside a hotel were able to obtain tickets and get inside and close to the ballroom. And reportedly, at least one tried to sneak a gun past security. Well, no, it's a little more than that. Yeah, here, look at this. Ken Delanian says he saw a Code Pink activist. Wow, so Code Pink activist. I wonder if Marjorie Taylor Greene is involved.
The problem with this event is that it's very chaotic, it's crowded, and just as an example, as I was walking into the Hilton Hotel tonight with MS Now colleagues, I saw a person being escorted out wearing a ball gown that I believe was a member, I believe I recognized as a Code Pink activist, that protest group, Code Pink. So a protester had put on a ball gown and kind of infiltrated the hotel. And that's the kind of thing that can happen in the chaos, because they're not screening everybody who walks through the door of the hotel, even though they block traffic for blocks around the hotel. So the security is uneven, essentially, and it's a chaotic situation, and there are thousands of people, some of whom are going to the dinner, and others are just onlookers, and others just probably staying in the hotel. But there are layers of security, and you're supposed to be able to at least show a ticket to the dinner before you get to those magnetometers, which are, again, just feet from the ballroom where the president was sitting.
Yeah, so the only way this guy stopped because of the magnetometers. Oh, look, Teacher of the Month, Cole Allen, Torrance, California. There he is on the ground. Yeah. And this is there's a protester right here that tried to get to the motorcade after the shooting.
Stay behind the perimeter. Do not cross the gate.
Fuck off. Oh, arrest this bitch right now. Put her to the ground.
Hey, you guys.
Yes, back up.
Yeah. He should have got locked upside the head. Yeah, helicopter tour. Definitely. Definitely a helicopter tour. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Literally, there were shots fired and you're going to arrest me? Yeah, because you're being a dumb bitch. Mm-hmm. All right, let's do this. Look at this is the signs they were holding. Riot, demonization. Look at this. Death to all of them. Death to tyrants. This is what they were putting outside when this happened. All these people should be arrested for conspiracy to murder the president. Especially this. What the hell is that? A guy or a girl? I don't know. I can't tell. I can't tell what these people are. You were born in Torrance? Yeah, 50 feet from the ballroom? Yeah. Super crazy cell and tornado near Dallas just caused a pipeline to explode. It's the end of the world. The new White House ballroom makes a lot of sense. Yeah, now it does. It's kind of proves Trump's point now, doesn't it? Like, got to tell the judge, yeah, we can't, we have to build the ballroom. Look at what happened. So that way we can have the, poor Caroline Levitt too. Well, what happened with her? Was she right there? They always start crying when the cuffs go on. That's right, boom, boom. That's what they do. That's how they do. That's how they do. That's how they do. Yeah, we saw that. I just searched the contributor database and the name matching the shooter. He donated to Kamala Harris and as a teacher. Teachers when I was a kid. I hope everyone had a good recess. It's time for math. And now it's like whiteness is a privilege. Yeah. Teacher of the month. And that's him. Donald Trump shared this picture. This is the guy. That guy should never get out of jail. Yeah. Here's the congresswoman from Torrance, California, speaking to her constituents inciting violence. Surely they heard her. Democrats are violent. Yeah, Maxine Waters.
And if you see anybody from that cabinet in a restaurant, in a department store, at a gasoline station,
at a hotel,
you get out and you create a crowd, and you push back on them, and you tell them they're not welcome.
Wow, you're not welcome. Wow. Wow. Brian says, whole darn family is here. Love it. Well, thank you, Brian. Thank you so much for the 5. That means we are now just $95 away from adding a first additional hour to the show and $45 away from Bellavision. Thank you so much, Brian. End of the world, but I feel fine. Technically, he's male, but over estrogenized. It was around 7:30 Central Time, I believe. It was earlier tonight. President Kamala will pardon him in 3 years. No, President Kamala is never going to be president. Hey, Jason, what's up? Good evening, Jim. What happened at the gala? Some guy tried to kill the president again. That's what it seems like. That's what it seems like. That's what it sure seems like to me. Someone tried to kill the president again. I think this is the 5th time. I'm pretty sure it's the 5th time. I'm pretty sure it's the 5th time. Here's Erica Kirk in tears because she was there freaking out because wouldn't you be too? Wouldn't you be too? Wouldn't you be freaking out?
I just want to go find
Wow. Wow, that's crazy, ain't it? I mean, it's nuts. Just saw a picture of the suspect. He's pale, but I don't know if he's white. He's not white. Not white. Not sure what he is, but he's not white. Hey, up on the horizon, great to see you. They were telling everybody to get down. Yeah. And it wasn't, they weren't like singing a song, get down, get down, get down, get down. It was more serious. Yes, very heartbreaking, very heartbreaking. Half white, maybe half white. But did they consider Barack Obama half white? Did you ever hear anybody say Barack Obama was a half white president? No, they never acknowledged his whiteness, even though he was raised by his white grandparents and his white mother and all that, and the CIA programmed him. No, they didn't say any of that. It was he's black. He's only black because the Democrats believe in the one drop rule. So extreme. One drop of black blood means you're all black to the Democrats. That's how they think of it. That was even too extreme for the funny mustache people in Germany. They had to change that. They didn't go with the one drop rule. But the Democrats do. Just remember that. He will be booked as white, though. Yes, he will. Yes, he will. Exactly. Yeah. Black teacher from California. There's a family picture out there. Oh, okay. All right. Well, stuff happens fast, man. Happens fast. Yeah, all those women get the shot for another dress. He had a broomstick, pistol, and knives. Hit an agent in vest, but was not hit himself. Not sure how apprehended current family photo. Mama white, daddy gave him speed. All right. Trump didn't even flinch. No, that's what I'm saying. Melania looked, I mean, you could hear it. There's a video. I have the video. He had a shotgun, kind of obvious. Boomstick? Oh, I thought you said broomstick. I thought you said broomstick. It did say boomstick. All right. Let's see here. I got a bunch of videos of the stuff. So yeah, like this says, they've tried to assassinate Trump at least 5 times that we know of. Thomas Crooks, Ryan Ruth, multiple plots by Iran, a gunman at Storm Mar-a-Lago, and now at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's crazy. It's crazy. Here we go. We're going to see video of them escorting out J.D. Vance.
There's the president being escorted. The president being escorted out one side. The vice president being escorted.
Well, it sounded like he laughed there. That is the president being escorted there. That sounded like he laughed, didn't it? Let's watch this again. Yeah.
There's the president being escorted. The president being escorted out one side. The vice president.
One side. Yeah, it's real funny guy. Real funny guy. Yeah, this is awful. Erica Kirk seen running through the backstage of the White House dinner and tears saying, I just want to go home. The amount this poor woman has to endure. This is just nuts, right? Yeah, CNN calls the assassination attempt dinner interruption. CNN must be. Look at this. Dinner interrupted. This is CNN. Fox calling it loud bangs. Loud bangs heard near the White House Correspondents' Dinner. These fucking people, man. These fucking people. These fucking people, man. I swear.
Friend, I really appreciate you sharing that. I just want to share this detail from backstage. Our colleague Jackie Heinrich and others have reported that poor Erica Kirk. I mean, you mentioned we all saw Butler. Look, we all saw what happened to poor Charlie. We got this from backstage. Erica Kirk came running through the backstage in tears, crying, I just want to go home. She was then escorted out of the building. It's just, again, it's one of those situations, Sean, I think you said it so well. The discourse, the tone, it's something's got to give here for the betterment of our country and indeed the entire world.
Kevin, I know somebody that actually saw that moment, saw her, spoke to her briefly, and can you really blame her? I mean, she watched an assassination of her young husband, somebody that believed in spirited, friendly, fun debate that had a deep faith in God. And I just think that our better angels at some point here have got to take over. I know the tensions are high. I know the stakes are high. I understand the political ramifications of all of it. And we all care. And it's, but.
Yep, it's crazy. It's crazy what's going on. There was some comments made earlier by Caroline Levitt. This is the guy. I don't know. You're saying there's family photos of him. So CNN, this is right before it happened. See, at 8:08, CNN's S.E. Cupp said Trump is someone that a guy who wants us dead. So this is what she said about Trump right before it.
The Correspondents Association was trying to sort of mend some fences with a guy who wants us dead, figuratively. Figuratively, he wants journalism dead. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I don't think this is a great night for journalism. It's a night that's meant to be celebrating it, but I think it's a real bummer. Is it in the Correspondents Association?
But he's not even black. His father is Kenyan or something, Hawaiian. Kenyan. Obama was Kenyan. What are you talking about, Liz? Obama's father was Kenyan. No, he wants truth. That's right. He wants the truth. He doesn't want lies. Nick Sorter on X has been all over this. All right. I had some stuff that I grabbed. This is what I'm going through right now. You know, Elon Musk says it perfectly after tonight's shooting. They are willing to die to kill the democratically arrested president. This is the video of what was going on. Yeah, that face, Melania's face. This for whatever reason, this video, you don't hear the gunshots. There is a video, and it says, please tell bystanders to stand back at the hotel where the correspondence dinner is being held after shots were reportedly fired. Then Andy Knows got the video, I think, that I heard the gunshots in.
Stay back, stay back, stay back. Wait for this side. Wait for this side. Wait for this side. All right. Nobody go this way. Is that understood?
We are evacuating. It's not someone coming in.
Stay back, stay back.
You guys streaming tonight, Third Ralify? Are you guys streaming or not? I didn't know if you guys are streaming. Yeah, okay. So here's a video captured the moment gunshots rang out outside the ballroom where the White House Correspondents' Dinner is happening. The president was evacuated. So maybe we'll hear the gunshots in this one. Oh, okay, right there in the beginning. I'll turn it up a little. You can hear the gunshots in the beginning. You heard five. It sounded like 5 or 6 shots. You heard one that sounded like a shotgun or something. It was louder, and then you heard like 4 or 5 rapid shots that sounded like maybe a pistol of some sort. I believe it says I got a new tip on Ko-Fi. Let's see what this is here. Kofi 2A donated $25. Here, I'll do this real quick. Kofi 2A donated $25 on Ko-Fi. Kofi donated on coffee. Ko-Fi. Thank you so much. Wow. That means we are now have Bellavision for the whole night activated. Thank you so much. Call Kofi. Let me fix my camera here. That's better. Because see, if I look good, I don't know. I think I need a tan. I think I need a tan. Wait a minute. What is going on here? Oh, Bella's just laying different tonight with her head in the wrong spot. I thought the camera was reversed or something. Ah, damn you, Bella. Darn you, Bella. What are you doing to me, Bella girl? Alrighty. Yes, you needed Bella. Well, thank you so much. And thanks to Cold Feed. That means we are now just $70 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. We got a bunch of stuff to talk about tonight. We can, yeah, you know, whole heap of stuff. The rapid fire was the agents. That's what I was thinking. Wrong link. Check Cash App. Okay. You sent me a Cash App too? Well, no, that was on Coffee, not Cash App, I believe, that you sent it. Maybe I'm wrong. Let me look. I got it though. Thank you though. That was very appreciative. Bella is so zen. Yeah. First, Carrie Lake noting the lack of security. Now this person too. Oh wow, I'll pull that up in a second. Let's see. So yeah, did you guys hear the gunshots? So I'll do it again. So here we go. Oh. What I'm going to tell you right now. I don't like how all these other people in the crowd heard what was going on, knew what was going on, and nobody. It took way too long for people to start coming out to get the president. Way too long. If the guy could have made it in, they could have took shots at everybody in there. I don't like this. You're right. No problem. No problem. Same hotel as Reagan in 81. Yeah, it is. It's the same hotel that Reagan got shot coming out of. Suspect was not hit. Well, that to me is a problem. He should have been hit every time they fired the bullet. That guy should have been hit. The guy should have been hit by every bullet. Every bullet. Wow. You know what? There was a silver lining. There's a silver lining in all this. All right. I'm just going to point it out that all of these journalists in the crowd just had guns pointed at them by people who probably would have loved to give them the order. The code red. I know it's silly to say, but just think about it. They're all down and these guys are going like this with their guns at the crowd, pointing it at the crowd. I think that made a couple journalists' buttholes pucker up. They got JD out before Trump. It sure seemed like that. It did, didn't it? See like they got him out before? It was way too long. Yeah. What's up, Ronnie? You agree? Thank you. Everyone is standing up. Yeah. All right, let's see what else happens here. All right. And then Wolf Blitzer says, all of a sudden I start hearing gunshots, and right next to a police officer threw me to the ground. Huh.
Very, very worrisome what happened. Just coincidentally, after they served the appetizers, I walked out to simply go to the men's room, but you have to walk up these stairs and walk out, and which I was doing. And as I was walking back towards the door to get back into the big area where the event was taking place, all of a sudden, I start hearing gunshots in the hall right near me. And the next thing I knew, a police officer threw me to the ground and was on top of me. And I was listening and watching.
Did you guys notice though on that watch Wolf Blitzer? It says BS. So they know that it's bullshit. They know Wolf Blitzer is bullshit. It says right there on the screen, bullshit.
I start hearing gunshots in the hall right near me. And the next thing I knew, a police officer threw me to the ground and was on top of me. And I was listening and watching what was going on. And apparently they got the gunman who had a major weapon there. But it was so worrisome the noise was so loud in a small area, and all of a sudden I'm seeing gunshots. And then they grab me, the police officers, and they take me back into the men's room where it was safe, and there were about 15 other men who are...
Oh, well, Wolf Blitzer had a great time in the men's room with 15 other men. He just said it. He just said that they took him into the men's room, and he was with 15 other men in the men's room, and he had a great time. He said it. Those were his words. Hey, boo-hoo, what's up? Great to see you. Yes, Blitzer always looks suspicious. I bet you he was just asking for a cavity search. If you can see it from the front, there's another angle. There were agents on Trump from the other side. Well, this just happened today, Hamburger Helper. Someone tried to kill Trump again today at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Yeah, Wolf in the Sausage Fest. He was having a great time. He was really in his element. I did see the agents, like almost immediately, there was an agent standing in front of Trump, blocking Trump. Like if we go back, there was an agent like right in front of him, standing there. So, I mean, they did have a guy in front of him that was basically supposed to be the bullet magnet. Yeah, wow. And what do you think? Do you think it's more likely or less likely that they're going to stop the fucking character assassination and calling Trump Hitler and saying that he's got to get eliminated and all the stuff they keep saying? You think they're going to stop? You think they're going to stop? How can YouTube say you don't have unique content? Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. Yeah, Tucker will blame Israel. I'm sure. Hey, what's up? How you doing? Love Bella and the cat. I'm late. That's awesome. Thanks for being here. Yeah, but then 2 or 3 others showed up pretty quickly. Yeah, no, I know. I'm just saying, like, it should have been like, it should be immediate. Like, the call goes out immediately. As soon as it happens, the call goes out. Just people just come bum rushing. Is what's supposed to happen. There's supposed to be people like behind. There's a curtain right there for a reason. There's supposed to be 5, 6 guys right behind that curtain. They just come through the curtain. What were they doing? Hey, Mama Pillow, good to see ya. Great, thanks for being here.
Are stuck in there, and they won't let them out, and that's what happened. And then after a while, they let me out, and I'm out now. I'm not back in the ballroom, but everything is apparently closing down. Very scary incident. All of a sudden, a guy with a weapon, and it was a very, very serious weapon, he starts shooting, and I happened to have been a few feet away from him as he was shooting. And of course, the first thing that went through my mind is he trying to shoot me? And I don't think he was trying to shoot me, but I was very close to him as the gunshots were fired. And it was very, very scary, but I'm okay now. Very,
very scary. Very, very scary. Wow. Very, very, very scary. All right, let me pull some of these things over here. It's hard to do. I got so much stuff open. Getting them all over here. All right. Well, real quick, I want to show you. Some of the stuff that was what they were saying about it before it happened. Here, this is what the headline was before the dinner was: Trump, critic of the press, attends its annual celebration after years of boycotts. Does this mean Argentina finally won the Falklands War? No. This guy will have ties to Iran? No, I don't think so. He's a California teacher. He's got ties to the teachers union, which is a terrorist organization, and it should be identified as such. Yeah, Wolf is not worth it. Yeah, have a safe ride to Buffalo and back. Yeah, there you go. Wolf is making it about him. Yeah, he is. At the correspondence dinner, yeah, somebody tried to bust through. There is a video somewhere. I had it. I got to look for it. I have it somewhere. So it says the police stormed in, shots fired right there. It's a close-up. Here's a close-up. Here's a close-up of what happened. Oh, wait. My bad. I wasn't sharing this. What the hell's going on? I wasn't sharing this. Here's a close-up of Trump and Melania. You can hear the shots. Nirmalana, you heard her lips just said, "What's happening?" Now a guy's in front of Trump already. They're telling him, "Get down, get down." All right, so CNN is amazed at the massive crowd. All right. Let's see here. Legal and gotaways, declare an emergency, put Congress in full session. All right, you're saying Nick Sorter has it? I know I saw it. That one. There's that. Okay, so this is it. U.S. Attorney announces the charges. All right, we got a couple things here to look at. 2 counts of, they already got charges on the guy?
I'm Janine Pirro. I'm the United States Attorney. Right now, the defendant is being charged with 2 counts, 924C, using a firearm during a crime of violence, and a second crime under 111, which is assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon. Now, as you all know, there was an individual, a uniformed Secret Service officer, who was shot, and fortunately, he is doing all right, and he will be fine. But it is clear, based upon what we know so far, that this individual was intent on doing as much harm and as much damage as he could. And thankfully, because of the checkpoint right outside the ballroom, where thousands of people were situated to hear the President of the United States, because that checkpoint worked, there was no one who was injured when it was clear where this defendant was going. Now, I want to make one. I'm Janine Pirro.
Okay.
From the United States.
All right. Let's see. Here's all right. And then here's more of a press conference. Hold on. Washington, D.C. Police Chief. There's the mayor.
Detail for the Correspondence Center. As the mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual.
I agree.
This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated. Site detail for the...
Be evaluated. Okay. Okay, here's some more Trump talking, I think. Oh, here's a longer clip.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Are you concerned about political violence? This could be politically
All
motivated.
violence. I'm concerned about everything. Look, but I can't be.
Wait, this fucking reporter had the balls to say this could be politically motivated. This might be it might be political violence. What the fuck, man? Wake up. Wake up, you fucking dolt.
So concerned that you can't function. No, I'm here. It's a dangerous profession. You know, I tell the story, race car drivers, I think it's very dangerous. So you take 1% and then take about 10% of 1%, just to break it down very easily, they die. So much less than 1%, 10% of 1%. I think bull riding is very dangerous. If you take about the same 10% of 1%, much less than 1%. But if you take presidents, it's 5.8%. And about 8% are shot at. So nobody told me this was such a dangerous profession. If Marco would have told me, maybe I wouldn't have run. Maybe I would have said, I'll take a pass. No, it's a dangerous profession, but I don't view it that way. Look, I'm here to do a job. As part of the job, it is a dangerous, I can't imagine that there's any profession that's more dangerous. But I love the country, and I'm very proud. I'm very proud of the job we've done. You see what's happened. We have a great country. We've got, I think, the most successful, the hottest country anywhere in the world. This happened over a period of just a year.
All right, so someone just posted. I don't know if it's true, but Lynn says Ivy Baxter says hospital's doing a drug screen. Metro Police says the shooter was staying at the hotel looking for car. Home in LA, California, home in Los Angeles, California, being searched right now. So you're saying this guy drove all the way from California to Washington, D.C., which is like a fucking 3-day drive if you haul ass and just sleep and then get up and drive, all right? With a shotgun, a handgun, ammunition, and a bunch of knives. This clearly was planned in advance. This wasn't just like, oh, a coincidence. There's no such thing as a coincidence with that. Sorry. This was planned. Clearly, this guy was a terrorist. Metro Police gave a press conference to one Bureau spoken. I got some of those clips, but I mean.
Here, and we're going to do great things, but with that come risks. There's no question about it. Yeah.
To that end, I mean, there's been so much political violence, not just aimed at yourself, but at other members of Congress.
Well, Kevin, if it was a rental car, there's no way in hell that he got off a plane in Washington, D.C. with a shotgun and a handgun. Where did the guns come from? Where'd the guns come from? How do you get them there? You can't fly into D.C. with a checked handgun because they don't issue permits to carry in D.C. You know, that just doesn't happen. That just doesn't happen. Thank you, Gundam. I got that. No. So don't have to be sorry. You don't have to be sorry. This is just a discussion. I didn't mean to yell at you. I wasn't yelling at you. Sorry. I wasn't yelling at you. I'm just yelling at what's going on. We're in a flock cameras. That'll tell. He could drive his own car. That's what I was saying. He probably drove. He could have flown into Dulles. It's in Virginia. It's possible, I guess. But flying in with a handgun and a shotgun, there's going to be a record of that. He could be involved with other people in D.C. gotten guns. Well, that's what I'm saying. If he flew in and got the guns in D.C., then there's other people. There's other. The caterers and the venue is planned when. Oh, this stuff's planned months in advance. This stuff's planned a long time in advance. It's planned a long time in advance. Someone supplied him if he flew. That's what I'm thinking. Someone supplied him if he flew. Definitely. Seems like White House ballroom justification. Well, yeah, this is this right here is proof that there has to be you can't drive that far without encountering license plate readers and flock camera systems. Yeah, they're going to be able to track his every move. They're going to be able to track him down. Every step he take, where he came from, who he stopped, who he talked to. They're going to know everything. They're going to know everything. Yeah, they dropped the ball. He shouldn't have gotten this far. You're damn right they dropped the ball. You are damn right he dropped the ball. First of all, if they were not screening every guest at his hotel that was going to be there for the previous week and checking rooms, there should have been dogs going up and down the hallways checking for bullet, checking for any type. They can smell a dog, and identify. If they weren't doing that, then a terrorist could have got into the hotel and stayed there and blown up the whole hotel or something. That's just asinine. What is going on? Is all of our security just a facade to make us feel like they're doing something and they really can't secure a fucking thing? Because that's what it's starting to look like. It's starting to look like, remember JFK and all that, right? All these things. It's starting to look like the only reason we're not losing people all the time is just because people don't do it. They don't take the risk. Not that they actually stop people. Was he registered under his own name or an alias? Don't know. Did I hear correct? They missed the shots. Yeah, it seems like the Secret Service and the Capitol Police missed all the shots they took at this guy. Yes, the ball was dropped somehow. Definitely.
White House speakers, you name it. Is that just the cost of doing business to do politics in America anymore?
Yeah, well,
what does that say about our
elsewhere
country?
too. We're not the only country. You look at this great violence with all countries. I was talking to somebody from another country today, and they have numerous assassinations of political figures all over the world. You look at South America. In South America, it's like some of the numbers are just horrific. It's dangerous. It's dangerous stuff, whether it's here or someplace else. No country is immune. No country. Good question.
At this point?
Well, probably if I decided to just not do much, if I let everybody rip us off and take advantage of us. Look, leading
Can you
the
guys
world
hear
in
it?
trade now. We're leading the world in the military. We're the greatest military in the world. I rebuilt it in my first term, and now we use it because we have no choice. We can't let, as an example, Iran, we can't let them get a nuclear weapon. Everything will be peanuts compared to that if they ever were given a nuclear weapon, and they'd use it too. Marco and I were talking about it today. They would use it without even hesitation. We can't do that.
Yep.
It was a
Japan
shame.
lost
We
the
said,
prime
"Oh,
minister.
boy,
Yeah.
Look at the numbers. We just broke 50,000 in the Dow. We just broke 7,000 in the S&P. They said we couldn't do it in 7 years, in 5 years, 4 years. They were saying maybe in 5 or 6 years. And we did it in 1 year. And I called everybody together. I called all of these people and others, and I said, we have to take a little journey. I see to do this. We just had
He was
a great number.
tackled.
We
I
just
don't
broke
know.
50,000. Wasn't supposed to happen during my term. Wasn't reachable. Did it in 1 year. And I said, we're going to have to make a journey to Iran. They're going to have a nuclear weapon if we don't do it. We had the B-2 bombers take them out. I terminated in the first term the Obama agreement, the Iran nuclear agreement, which was a disaster. That was a road to a nuclear weapon. They would have used it. They would have used it 100%. So, when you do things like that, you become a target. If I wasn't doing that, I guess I'd be a lot less of a target. But I'm honored to be. Okay,
Oh my God, you guys are not going to believe what happened. All right. Greg Bovino is watching the show on X. He just made a comment on the show. I'm sorry. I got to toot my own horn. I'm sorry. I got to take a break and show this. This is insane. I can't believe this. I feel like I feel like, I don't know. This is crazy. Look at this. All right. Look at this. Greg Bovino liked your post. He's watching the live. Trump cancels U.S. peace talks. Greg Bovino. All right. And then he posted this because I have here that Trump cancels a peace trip. ICE arrests dropped more than 12% after Bovino left. And he's like, I'd say they dropped more than that because it's more than likely they didn't include past Border Patrol arrests in with ICE. I would just tell him I would love to talk to you if you are ever available. Wow. That's something right there, isn't it? Isn't that something? When you say that's something? Isn't that something? Yeah, it's because it's a fantastic show. I'm a Bovino fan. Hail to Boss Bovino. Yeah, that is crazy. Wow. I hate to derail the show. Yeah, cool beans. You ain't kidding. Wow. Anyway, back to the show, I guess. That would be awesome if he responded, said something. But man, that's awesome. I'm flabbergasted now. I don't know what to do next. So that was Trump's talking. There's here's a little thing Trump saying he wanted to go on.
Because it was a matter of seconds before we were out the door and gone into an area. We very much, and you wanted to too, we very much wanted to continue it.
PayPal. Okay, hold on. Let me look. Sorry, didn't see that. Let me see. PayPal here. Sorry about that. Oh, I can let it play.
Like to let these sick people, these thugs, these horrible, horrible people change the fabric of our life, change the course of what we do. So we held out. You were there. We held out right till the end, but they didn't want to take a chance, and I understand there was protocol. But we're going to be doing one hopefully within the next 30 days or sooner, and I am ready, willing, and able. And I was all set to really rip it. And I said to my people, this would be the most inappropriate speech ever made if I said what. So I'll have to save it. I don't know if I could ever be as rough as I was going to be tonight. I think I'm going to be probably very nice. I'll be very boring the next time, but we're going to have a great event. And you did a fantastic job. Thank you very much.
He's being very nice. Yes, very nice. Jim hit the big time. Yeah, Joe's jealous. Yeah, Secret Service missed shots. What are the Blackwater guys doing? Put the band back together before Trump doesn't get to finish his term. Remember, Emirates have to be right once. Yeah, I know. Something's got to happen. Tickets to the event are pre-approved March 1st, but Secret Service coordinating not attendees at the hotel is a security gap. Definitely a security gap. Like, definitely a security gap. Like, I don't know. Like, honestly, I would, if I was Trump, I would demand Greg Bovino. Yeah, Duck Fact says, act like you've been there. I missed that one. Where's it at? Act like you've been there, Jim. Sorry, dude. I'm like a little girl going like the Beatles just came. And I'm going, ah! Greg Bovino saw what I was saying. Oh man. Oh, here it is. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is good. Here we go. We'll do this real quick. So this is Trump posted the video of the guy running. So it's very quick. We might have to watch this a couple times. All right. And it's blurry because, you know, go figure, a place that hosts the White House Correspondents' Dinner, a hotel that the president's at all the time, has potato cams for security. Friggin' potato cams. I have better cameras than they have. There you go. See him run by? Now he's shooting. I mean, this is crazy. Like, why is their camera so bad? Yeah, Leroy Jenkins goes running right by. There he goes. Look at him. Like, that should have, yeah, casinos have way better. Casinos had better cameras in the 70s. Timu cameras. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. This is pathetic. You couldn't even identify anybody in this camera. You couldn't identify nobody with these cameras. Not a person. Not a one. Not a one. It says President Trump stands by the Secret Service after the shooter tried charging an event. He said he was very impressed with them.
And I feel that too.
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service protection ability? We saw several of the detailees take minutes to be escorted out the room.
No, they acted very quickly. No, I was very impressed by Secret Service. I mean, I'm the one, and Mark Wayne, you would agree with that, I think. I'm the one that would complain. You don't have to complain for me. I would be complaining. I'd be up here right now saying they didn't do their job. Oh, believe me, because, you know, it's my life. And I want to live because I want to make this country great. That's why I want to live. But when you're impactful, they go after you. When you're not impactful, they leave you alone. And
wow.
I feel that.
Oh, whoa. Joe, are you serious? Joe says he's old and says typing as I type, thinking of going to the emergency room, not feeling too hot. Joe, buddy, pal, if you're not feeling okay, go get checked out. We need you, buddy. We need your wisdom. We need your insight. So please, if you're not feeling well, go get checked out. I'll stop the show. I'll come take you myself if I have to. Do you want me to? Yeah. How did they step out of the way instead of tackling his ass? I don't know. Yeah, he runs past at least 5 guys. Yeah, not the 5 guys that make the delicious hamburgers either. Yeah. How did they step out of the way? I don't know, Doc. I don't know. They should have put their own cameras up. Yes, they should have. That would make sense. Did I do the $10? I'm sorry. I did not do the $10 from Lisa. Oh my God. I'm sorry, Lisa. Lisa gave $10 on PayPal. Thank you, Lisa. That means we're 60 away from adding an hour. Thank you so much, everybody, for being so generous tonight. And then America First, Trumpy says, yo, Jim and everyone, thank you. So 5. That means we are now just $55 away from adding the first additional hour of the show. Joe is lying. He's a young man. I just took my VA-sponsored pills. I'll wait a bit. Oh, Joe, you're scaring me, man. My Roku camera is better than the hotel. Yes. I have those little Roku cameras, or like the little wireless ones. They're way better than those. Way better. And you can see thermally on those cameras. Yes, I hope you feel better too, Joe. Man, come on. It's a cell phone image from a monitor. You think so? You think that's what it is? You bet he slipped on the floor and they jumped on top of him? It's to their credit. It's a credit to them that there was no friendly fire incident. Yeah, I guess. I don't know, man. Yes, take care of yourself, Joe. There's only us to take care of ourselves. Yes, that's right. That's right. Did we watch this already?
Are you concerned about U.S. Secret Service?
Oh, no, we did. This is a Secret Service one. Okay, someone asked President Trump why the people are trying to assassinate him.
Why do you think this keeps happening to you?
Well, you know, I've studied assassinations, and I must tell you, the most impactful people, the people that do the most, you take a look at the people, Abraham Lincoln, I mean, you go through the people that have gone through this where they got them, but the people that do the most, the people that make the biggest impact, they're the ones that they go after. They don't go after the ones that don't do much because they like it that way. And when you look at the people that have either, whether it was an attempt or a successful attempt, they're very impactful people. Just take a look at the names there, the big names. And I hate to say I'm honored by that, but I've done a lot. We've done a lot. We've taken this country, and we were a laughing stock for years, and now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. We've changed this country, and there are a lot of people that are not happy about that. So I think that's the answer, Peter.
Well, thank you for the rant, too. From Uzelian, he says, Jim, I get a feeling the journalists knew something. You get this right after. Who is Cole Thomas Allen? Reporter identifies White House dinner shooting suspect after Trump escorted. Yeah, it seems like something's going on. Yes, Joe, don't hesitate. I spent 8 hours in the ER last Sunday. It's kind of scary. It is. Trump looks like the Godfather. I wish he would start acting like the Godfather and start putting some horses' heads in people's beds. Trump could have blamed the media and their rhetoric, but he didn't. Yeah, he could have. He could have. Wow. Take care of yourself, Joe. That's right. Take care of yourself, Joe. All right. Let me see. Where's it at? So this is the guy right here, what they're showing about him. Cole Thomas Allen, mechanical engineer at Caltech, master's in computer science at Dominguez Hills Research, indie game developer. This is him. Pretty sure my master's in CS is done 11 months ago. Huh. Part-time teacher, indie game developer, mechanical engineer, teaching assistant at Caltech. Design a 3D printed human wearable case for a medical control system. This is crazy. What is this? This is his Steam account. Oh. No posts in years, now 20 an hour. This is crazy. Get this game. Boredom. No, this is his game that he developed. Now all these things. His address, phone number. This is his family. There he is. Oh, look at this. Is this more BlackRock stuff? Wow. This is interesting. Where are we at here? I don't know. Hold on. This is the guy. This is weird. I saw this. This account's only post was the name of the White House shooter, Cole Allen. This guy posted this on December 21st, 2023. Cole Allen. Why they're reporting on CNN that Cole Allen was a DL chaser? This is weird, man. This is weird. Expect the unexpected for Trump's first White House Correspondents' Dinner. Red ketchup. This is some weird stuff, man. This is some weird stuff going on. All right, these are some reports coming out. Did I forget to hold on? Did I do the $5? Son of the bitch. Son of the bitch, man. Son of the bitch. I gotta figure out where we're at. I think I missed something. I think I missed something here. Got 10, and then 25, 35. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I think my math is off. So I got 10, 20, 45, and then that is 50. So I think we're, yeah, right? Yeah, I missed something. Okay, thank you. That's another 5 from America First. So that's 15, 20, 45, $55 off. So we are now $45 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. I'm so sorry. I got so many things going on. And I got people doing this stuff to me saying you can't count. Thank you. Thank you so much. Oh, for his count. Yeah, it should be 45. That's what I thought. It should be 45. And actually now it should be less than that. It should be another 5 off. That means it should be. Fuck. Stop it. Thank you, Brian. Yeah, so it's 40. We're 40 away now. 40 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you so much. You guys are all great. I really appreciate it. We're at 40. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, I know. It's funny. Haha. Make Jim suffer. So yeah, this is ridiculous here. Look at this. So my best friend and I went to the White House Correspondents' Dinner. We ended up leaving early because something felt off. It started the second week out there. Every event we've ever been to, especially at this level, there are layers of securities, bag checks, IDs. I don't know if this to me might be, I don't know. This just seems like maybe somebody posted this after the fact. So this time, nothing. We were asked if we had tickets. We said yes and got waved through. No bag check, no real screening, no line, just thousands of people packed together being pushed through the doors as fast as possible. It felt wrong immediately, like viscerally wrong. My best friend literally turns to me and says, I think something's going to happen. And then it did. This cannot happen. Not here. Not at something like this. Praying for everyone, but there needs to be accountability because this should never happen again. Like, there was higher security at Trump rallies than at this event tonight. So here's some pictures of what occurred. There's the guy on the ground. All right. Yeah, check it out. So these are some of the domestic terror groups that have been hunting the president and his cabinet today. Code Pink, the Palestinian Youth Movement, DC Against the Trump Agenda, PSL, Metro DSA, Arlington, Palestine. We have no counter-terror strategy, and it shows. Yeah, look at this. War Crimes Correspondents' Dinner with special guests. They planned this out. Hey, I got so little. Thank you so much, Terry. And these are now $38 away. We're 38 special. Take a load off of me. It's the midnight special. Yes, you are awesome no matter what. Thank you. So yeah, so they did this. It's crazy. It's crazy. Yeah. There was some other stuff I saw. Where is it on the? Maybe it's on the other page. Maybe it's over here. Maybe I didn't move it over yet. Oh yeah, I saw that already. And then Bobby Kennedy III texted his dad. They posted a text of what happened. He just said, "Everyone, everything okay in DC? Pops, you okay?" Yeah, it was crazy. Bobby's security came in so fast and took us out of the building. They were lifting me over chairs. Dad knew I'm really hungry. I'm really hungry. Get that man some meat. Outstanding. That's right. Secretary Kennedy rushed out by agents after loud bangs. You got to remember, his father was killed in a hotel. Did you do Rumble? I'm on Rumble, unless there was another. There's another Rumble rant. Oh, there's another Rebel winner. That's great. Watching Jim do math is fun. Thank you, Spuds. Thank you, Spuds. Do math is, yes, I know. Do math is fun. I know. So that means we are now $33 away. $33 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much. Why were there magnetometers there? If there was no security, I also heard steel ballroom before the time the attack occurred. I don't know. Something doesn't make sense. Like, I think, thanks, Rant. I think the magnetometers were too far away, like, or too close. They weren't far enough away. There should have been magnetometers at the entrance, at all the entrances to the hotel. So anybody that comes in the hotel should have had to go through magnetometers. Even the guests, everyone. There's a photo of RFK sitting up next to agent while everyone else is ducking. Yeah. I mean, you got to remember, he was alive. He was a kid. He was a young child. He was 5, 6, 7 years old, something like that, when his father was murdered. You know, I think he was 4 or 5 years old when his uncle was murdered. You know, he knows. This is life. This is his life. This is, you know, he knows when people try to make great change like his uncle and his father did, people are going to try to take him out. You know, he knows. He knows. So let's read this. I will get back to some more. Apparently, the shooter was staying at the hotel. Yeah, so this says the shooting suspect was a guest at the hotel and assembled his weapons on site and was not struck by Secret Service gunfire, though he shot a Secret Service agent. How did this person know the shooter was in 2023? Teacher of the month. Explain how this nut job was vetted. He was staying at the hotel and wasn't shot after hitting an agent. This is crazy. This is crazy. This is just crazy, man. This is just crazy. The house I built is a grounded metal roof. The trusses are 8 inches deep in our walls, and the walls are inches thick of reinforced concrete. Well, that sounds like a bunker. I'm going to point something out. Can someone get Trump some shoes that fucking fit? It's like he lost his shoes again while they were taking them away. Hey, Ken Krause, how's it going? Great to see you. Oh my God, there's 467 people watching on X right now. What is going on? What is going on? It's Greg Bovino is going on X. Waka waka. Waka waka. Waka waka waka. Yo, X, come to YouTube. Yeah, come over to YouTube, X. So say, because right now it's showing me 620 people watching. And I was like, wait, what's going on? And I looked, it's like, oh, that's all on X. That's crazy. Yep, yabba do. So White House suspects identified as Cole Thomas Allen of California. The suspect of the dinner shooting has been identified as Cole Thomas Allen of Torrance, California. This revelation comes per the New York Post's Carol Markowitz. Following the suspect's apprehension, President Trump posted his photos to Truth Social. The attempted shooter, 31-year-old Cole Thomas Allen from Torrance, California. He's in custody. Allen will be charged with using a firearm during a crime of violence, assault on a federal officer using a dangerous weapon, U.S. Attorney Janine Pirro said during a press conference. The suspect was not struck by gunfire when the Secret Service opened fire on him at 8:36 p.m. on Saturday. The gunman charged a checkpoint and he was intercepted. The law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the suspect, although their marksmanship sucked and they didn't hit him. The suspect's been transported to a hospital while a Secret Service agent was shot. He was protected by his bulletproof vest. Send some to Kick while you're at it, too. I know, that's crazy, right? Washington, D.C. police chief confirms the White House shooter was armed with multiple weapons, including a shotgun, handgun, and several knives. Thank God this guy was taken down without taking any victims. Secret Service officers shot in a vest is in good spirits.
Detail for the Correspondence Center. As the mayor mentioned, at approximately 8:36 tonight, an individual charged a U.S. Secret Service checkpoint here in the lobby area of the hotel. He was armed with a shotgun, a handgun, and multiple knives. As he ran through that checkpoint, members of law enforcement from the United States Secret Service intercepted that individual. This is a very preliminary investigation at this point. We do know that law enforcement exchanged gunfire with the individual. We do know that a U.S. Secret Service uniformed division officer was struck in his vest. He was transported to a local hospital for treatment. He seems to be in good spirits at this time. The suspect in this case, he was not struck by gunfire. However, he was transported to a local hospital to be evaluated.
Yeah, well, that's what I say. But he ran really fast. Yes, this guy was ran like greased lightning, as they say. Go grease lightning, turning up the 409. Grease lightning, go grease lightning. You were correct when you said the shot sounded like a shotgun. Yeah, it did. It sounded like a shotgun and then some pistol shots. So that's what it sounded like to me, you know. Allen was identified by multiple social media accounts as a teacher at the C2 Education, a college test preparatory tutoring organization. His LinkedIn identifies him as a game developer, an engineer, a scientist, and a teacher. He appears to have received his master's degree in computer science from the California State University in 2025 with an undergraduate degree from Caltech. He indicates on his profile that he continues to make indie video games and that he held a research fellowship at NASA. So his game is some kind of, he published a video game. I think that's what we pulled up. It was on Steam, something to do with a non-violent fighting game based on chemistry. But he wanted to use some chemistry for some violence tonight because, chemistry is what makes bullets go boom. Brandy Cruz posted about it. It's great. Okay, I'll have to look at it. Bad actors and poor security will be emboldened. Yeah. I don't see it. More crazy on X. Lucas Sanders. Do you think the White House correspondent was a fake stage assassination? Oh, these people. Come on. Seriously. What is with these people? They see this conspiracy shit everywhere. I mean, is anything real? Should have shot the prick. Yeah, I don't understand it. Yeah, he's pretty stupid to be that smart. He was brainwashed. This guy was fucking brainwashed. Probably by the teachers union, probably by the school curriculum, the people around him, and all the people he talked to in his bubble. They brainwashed him to think that this had to be done. I'm still confused how he wasn't hit. Yeah, me too. I don't understand it. You're getting nothing but that BS on Twitter. I don't know what the deal is on Twitter. Yeah. Here, Brandy Cruz says it perfectly right here. Can we shut the fuck up about the ballroom now? Oh, really? Can we? Can we shut the fuck up about the ballroom? All right, listen. That's for Thursdays. On Thursdays, I think I'm going to keep doing that show. People seem to like it, called Theory Thursday, where we just talk about crazy conspiracies. But that's just one day and one thing, and it's all stuff. And I tell you, I don't believe any of the stuff. I think it's all retarded. He was a communist from California. That's what it seems like. 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 Yeah. Yep, that's him. That's the guy. LinkedIn profile. He was listed as a teacher of the year with the C2 Education in 2024. Everything he was is done. Done now. Yeah. Yeah, he done. He ain't never getting out. I mean, who knows? What do you know? What do you think? Here's a thing that this is going to be Washington, D.C. jury. Is a D.C. grand jury going to indict him? Are they going to convict him? Are they going to let him go? You got Code Pink in the lobby. Yeah, they did arrest a Code Pink person trying to sneak in. Who's this based ass lady helping to manhandle him? I don't know, but that's interesting, isn't it? That is interesting. Let's see. Code Pink in the lobby. Okay. We'll look at that. I like when we work together on the stream, when you guys pull up stuff. The feds own him now. Well, He's got to get convicted, though. And he's got to, like, it's DC jury. You don't know. At least one of his ex-students is feeling really vindicated. Yeah, probably. Trump released surveillance footage from the incident. And so we saw this. This is the potato cam. There he goes running. Look at him go.
Shall I post it as soon as he packs them? 18. Go for
There should have been a lot more gunshots. That's all I know. Trump spoke from the White House briefing room, still in his tuxedo, saying that the suspect came to the White House dinner with multiple firearms before he attacked security checkpoint. He was flanked by Kash Patel and Mark-Wayne Mullen and acting AG Todd Blanche. Now that's what you call an assassination classroom. Yeah, well. Oh, wait.
Fox News that there is a resilient vibe within the administration right now.
Incredibly acted upon by Secret Service and law enforcement. And this was an event dedicated to freedom of speech that was supposed to bring together members of both parties with members of the press. And in a certain way it did, because the fact that they just unified, I saw a room that was just totally unified. It was in one way, very beautiful, a very beautiful thing to see. A man charged a security checkpoint armed with multiple weapons, and he was taken down by some very brave members of Secret Service, and they acted very quickly and have just released, for purposes of transparency, clarity, I've ordered it to be put out. You probably have it by now, put out on Truth and put out on many of the platforms. A tape showing the violence of this thug that attacked our Constitution.
Yeah, he will have Boasberg as a judge. That would be funny, wouldn't it? That would be like not funny like ha-ha, just funny like odd. It was first reported that Fox News the shooter charged the magnetometer closest to the front door before taking a shot at Secret Service member who was near the ballroom before being taken down. Shooter charged the magnetometer.
I have been in touch with top officials at the White House. This is what I can tell you. And the details are actually pretty specific now, that the shooter charged the magnetometer closest to the front door, took a shot at a uniformed division service agent.
No, it didn't happen. It didn't happen outside. It happened inside the building. It happened inside the front door. They had a magnetometer like close to the ballroom entrance. The entrance of the ballroom's inside. It's down a hallway, and so right there. Kevin says the fact that you have more bullet holes in you than this shooter does is insane. Yes, you ain't kidding. Yes, you ain't kidding. That is a fact. Yes, I have 3 holes in me more than the shooter does, and that's a problem. That is a problem. Thank you so much for the 10. That means we're now just $23 away. Just $23 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. The left will celebrate him like Mangione? Probably. I wouldn't fucking doubt it.
He, at that point, they don't know whether they haven't confirmed if he's alive. Yeah, the shooter is in custody, I'm told, at this point. Everyone is okay. And the last thing I can tell you is that...
You really just showed the video? I just showed the same video?
I want him to go back, but... Yeah, I'm sorry, what? I'm having a hard time hearing. And anyway, the president does want to go back. The shooter took a shot at a Secret Service member.
No, he's
just at the ballroom, which, Kevin, you raise a good point. How did he
No,
get
he's not
to
dead.
that
He's
point?
alive.
The agent returned fire.
No, they won't because he's failed.
Nobody knows for sure.
I don't think I showed this video. This is Kennedy talking. I don't know what you're talking about. We did have a rant come in. Let me do this. We did have a rant come in from Uzelian, and he says, here's a better video of what happened. Thank you. I will pull that up in a second. We didn't watch this before. And then Brian for 5. Thank you, Brian. And thank you, Uzelian. So 5 from Brian takes us to 18, and then takes us to 18, and then Uzelian gave 2, I believe. Let me just double check that. Yes, and so that means we are 16 away from adding a first additional hour to the show. And just remember, folks, that donations can be tips, can be made. Donations, whatever you want to call them, can be made at Cash App, PayPal, Ko-Fi, Coffee, whatever. Super tips, Rumble rants, Super chats, locals coins, becoming a member on YouTube or Rumble or Twitch or Kick. You know, all them things. All very appreciated. Thank you all so much.
This moment, whether he's alive or dead, and then it's created chaos in the room. But what we can tell you for sure is that this was, one shot. Multiple shots at the closest magtometer closest to the front door, and took a shot at a uniformed division Secret Service agent. And anyway, at that point, we don't know the condition of him for sure. We do know the president was escorted to safety. Everybody in the room, I'm told, is safe and secure. And now the question is, I'm sure that the Secret Service is not going to want him to return to that room, but every indication.
Yeah, that would be the way. I guess they'd have to say that he was there to just say he was there to kill the press, and then the jury in D.C. will definitely convict him.
Indication is the president wants to go back.
Yeah, they're going to have to do it. The president said they're going to do it again. The president says they're going to do it again. That's what he says. He says they're doing it again. He says it's going to be bigger and better. Lead shooter on the ground.
Silver foil.
His clothes off him. They got him wrapped in one of those blankets. You're an hour behind. Don't worry about it. APT. Awesome. Thanks for being here.
Got it.
Wow. And then we just have Cash App came in from Lurch Linger for $2.32. I don't know how I'm supposed to do this, but so $2.32 from Lurch Linger means that we are $13.68. So we're $13.68 away from adding an additional hour to the show. Thank you, Lurch Linger on Cash App. So fake and stage. Trump needs a ballroom. Fights to clamp down on U.S. confiscate guns. Trump was going to get roasted either. Fake. I don't believe that. Was he a guest at the hotel? That's what they're saying. I would believe this if it was a Democrat, but should I skip past Maxine Waters and everything after that to come to real time? I would just play it at a fast speed. I don't know. I covered a lot of stuff, but I don't know. Yes, he says so. We're gonna start getting into some other stories in a second. So Trump, Vance, and First Lady were all rushed out of the White House Correspondents Association dinner after gunfire was heard. The incident marked the first time Trump has attended the event during his presidency. Initially, Trump wanted to return to the event for the event to continue. However, law enforcement determined it would not proceed. Trump is expected to address the nation via a press conference at the White House. Anthony Guglielmi is an AJ. Guglielmi will provide updates. He's a Secret Service guy. All people are safe. Trump said the ballroom doors not open. The dinner could have gone forward, but that since it was open and the room was no longer secure, the dinner had to be rescheduled. So they opened up the door. I wish I was this optimistic. I don't see the press changing. So, where are we at here? So I got a couple things here. They're saying this is a better video of what happened inside. And they're saying this is the mass media now realize it could become collateral damage to the violence it reports. This is a significant moment. I don't think so. There was no deaths, but because it would totally suck to have it called the Jim Acosta Memorial Correspondents' Dinner. Not only your breath, they know they weren't the targets and wholly believe Trump deserves whatever happens. Immediately after gunfire opened, Steve Schmidt blamed Trump for poisoning the rhetoric. He's a vile, disgusting man. These people should be shunned and should be just basically shunned out of society. Nobody should give them any attention. These people who say these things after this happened. This is supposedly a better video of the inside of what happened. There's a magnetometer. All right, let's see. Oh, this is after it. So this is not, this is after what happened. This is after. This is after though. This is after. That's after. So I mean I don't know what that does for us. That was after the fact. Trump is used to it. Yeah. Oh, your mom said hi. Well, tell your mom I said hi. I'm so glad she's here. I'll try. Did the mentalist predict this? I wonder if those saying that will poison the shooter so incriminating words aren't said. Maybe. What's up, Snarf? He didn't get that far. No, he didn't get that far, but he was inside. Yellow Flash has his YouTube stream nuked because of firearms on Scream. What? What did he show? What did he show? Any idea? Because I don't want to get my thing nuked, but I don't. I mean, I don't. What did he show? Was it Flash's firearms? Yeah, you can't I can't show a firearm or not like that, but it shouldn't be a. Lovett made a joke. Levitt made a joke about shots being fired. They were talking about like at the president, you know, like jokes, like roast, because it's supposed to be like a roast. Racket said it was because of the news tonight. Possible. It's possible. It's the automated system is what it is, man. It's the automated system. Wow, we've got 800 people watching on X. That's crazy. Showed an attorney with one during closing arguments. Oh my God. That's his mind in. F that guy. Well, here's the thing. After what happened to me, and believe it or not, Flash actually tweeted out and was part of the people that helped me get my stuff back. So I'm going to be, I thanked him. I think it's very, anybody, when it comes to YouTube and the way they treat people, I think we all should be against YouTube, everyone, because if they can do it to one person, they can do it to another person. They can do it to someone. If they can do it to someone you don't like, they can do it to someone you like. So attacking Attorney General Todd Blanche. Oh, so Todd Blanche talking about it. Okay, we didn't hear this yet.
Mr. President, tonight you saw the very worst and the very best of this country. You saw the very worst by the actions of that coward that the president just talked about. But you also saw the very best because you saw law enforcement do exactly what they're supposed to do. And you'll see the videos come out, I expect, very shortly, and you'll see law enforcement do exactly what we want them to do. And so I echo what what President Trump just said, that we are extraordinarily grateful and appreciative of the men and women of law enforcement that did their jobs tonight, including one who was injured. This investigation is ongoing. I expect you will see charges filed shortly. The charges should be self-evident given the conduct, but as you'll hear, there will be multiple charges surrounding the shooting, around the possession of firearms, and anything else that we can get on this guy. The investigation is obviously ongoing and just started. There is federal law enforcement already working on search warrants and doing their job, and I don't want to get ahead of them and don't want to get ahead of the work that they're doing even as we speak. Director Patel and I were just on the crime scene a short while ago, and everybody in this room should rest assured that the Metropolitan Police Department, the FBI, Secret Service, everybody's on the scene doing their job. I know that the police chief is going to give an update from the scene as soon as we're finished here, and I obviously will lead the details of what they have learned to him. But in the meantime, I just want to thank everybody in this room for the courage, and I want to thank President Trump for his words, and I promise you, justice will be served. Thank you, Dr. Patel.
Oh my God, this is crazy. This is crazy. Look at what this crazy deranged Mary Trump Says, so weird Donald didn't stand up and ask for his shoes and defiantly raise his fist and say, fight, fight, fight. This is, wait, firearms are banned in D.C., so he didn't follow the law? Yep, didn't follow the law. Because he showed the streams with the Secret Service with guns drawn, spew tube. Never mind, I'll refrain from commenting. Yeah. You catch the replay tomorrow. Our cult leader is alive. Oh, okay. Yeah, Joe. Yeah, I called Joe actually at like 10:15 to tell him what happened. He didn't have any idea. And I'm like, I'm going live at 11 if you want to join. And he said, why? What's important? And I told him, and he's like, oh, I'm going to have to go live. I said, all right. So you have only me to thank for Joe being live, because he wouldn't have went live because he wouldn't have known. He didn't even, I don't think he turns the TV on or something. Mary Trump, you need help. She needs help. Yeah, she needs help in a mental hospital is what she needs. That's what she needs. So that's that story. Should I do a quick check, a quick round the horn to see if there was anything else? No. Well, I'm going to skip that. All right. Well, here, let's get on to some other news. We'll jump back. If anybody sees anything new, I'll check back in on it in a few minutes if we see anything new. Let me get into some of the stories, the other news stories. We'll see what's going on. So President Trump just revealed that he canceled the Pakistani trips to and that they sent him a better deal. Art of the Deal's in motion. They gave us a paper that should have been better. And interestingly, immediately when I canceled it within 10 minutes, we got a new paper that was much better. I'll deal with whoever runs the show, but there's no reason to wait 2 days and have people traveling for 16, 17 hours. Not until after sundown. Well, it was like 10 p.m. Eastern time when I sent him the message. Yeah, Mary Trump is a lunatic, didn't watch close enough. Trump wanted to stay and carry on, but security forced him out. Yeah, she's a fucking batshit crazy. She's only upset because she didn't get money from her father. Like whatever happened, she got screwed over because her father wasted the money and got cut out of the there's a gnat flying around here. It's driving me bananas. That's why. So here, Trump talking. This is earlier today about the canceled trip to visit with the Pakistanis.
On Iran, as you're figuring out who is in charge, if the hardliners or IRGC-aligned leaders have greater power in Iran, can the U.S. make a deal with those factors?
Whoever's running the show. Deal with whoever runs the show. They don't know. They are fighting with each other. There's tremendous infighting. They're probably fighting for leadership. In many cases, I think they're fighting not to be the leader because we knocked out 2 levels of leaders. But I'll deal with whoever we have to. But there's no reason to wait 2 days, have people traveling for 16, 17 hours. And we're not doing it that way. We'll do it when they want. They can call me. We have all the cards. We've won everything. We have all the cards.
Yesterday you said to Reuters that we're dealing with who is in charge now. What changed from yesterday to today?
Nothing. It's just that they gave us a paper that should have been better. And interestingly, immediately when I canceled it, within 10 minutes, we got a new paper that was much better. It's
What was on that paper, sir?
we talked about they will not have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple. Look, that whole deal is not complicated. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's very simple.
Hold on a second. Something just came in from that I'm going to cover. We'll get back to this in a second. The White House correspondent's dinner shooter was armed with a shotgun handgun, multiple knives. The shooter was identified as 31-year-old Colin Allen. He emerged from a makeshift room near the entrance where there was no security, near where bar carts were stored. So this guy was hiding somewhere, and they didn't know about it. You just DM me something from. I'll pull that up in a second. Secret Service needs to be gutted. We're going to get to that in 1 second. He was in a room. He grabbed it out of a bag or something. The weapon was long. It didn't look like a typical gun. It's reported to believe that Allen was a guest at the Hilton where the dinner took place. So he was in a room. All right. He was in a room. In a room, a makeshift room that they didn't know about. I mean, how is that even possible? How is it even possible? How is it even possible that this is happening? What unfolded wasn't a lapse. The shotgun explains how security got hit multiple times. because the hotel's full of Trump haters, I reckon. Probably a closet. They're saying they're saying it's some kind of secret room. You know? Yeah. How does it even make sense when all the cop chase videos show cops with guns all the time? Left the way open. It seems like they're doing it, right? Doesn't it seem like it? Doesn't it seem like it's weird? Yeah. It's total imitation to slaughter wrapped in bureaucratic incompetence so rank it reeks of deliberate malice. On YouTube? What's on YouTube? Oh, you're on YouTube. Oh, I think you're talking about Yellow Flash kids. How does this keep happening? Well, maybe it's because a bunch of stuff's been defunded and people aren't getting paid. I've heard. Yeah, SEIU has a monopoly on hotel workers. Yes, they do. And that union hates Trump. They support illegal immigration and they hate Trump. No street level checkpoints at the Washington Hilton doors. None. A registered guest, one named Cole Thomas Allen, waltzes in off the damn street with a shotgun, a handgun, and a GD arsenal of knives, like it's happy hour at the Ritz. He gets one level above the ballroom, yards from the stairs where the president is. Well, we should be close to another hour, right? Yes, we're really close. We are now $11.68. I'm sorry, $11.69. We're now $11.69 away. I guess I'm doing pennies now. $11.69 away. Thank you so much. See that better than a scorpion that dropped from a ceiling onto Good Luck America, one of his dreams. He keeps an empty booze bottle. Yeah. SpewTube is going to SpewTube, probably mass flag to trigger auto response, battered wife syndrome at this point. Yeah, it's crazy. It's nuts. It's nuts what's going on. The inner checkpoint. The sad little theater prop after the horse was already bolted into the damn ballroom. This isn't layered security. It's a sieve with a suit and a badge. What's the T for? Arsenal of knives. He was carrying a toolbox or something. I don't know. Maybe he had like throwing knives, like he was going to start throwing knives, like he was some kind of ninja. The agents inside lit him up and dropped the threat before he could turn into the ballroom. Grateful for that. Genuine, but gratitude doesn't erase the fact that the outer perimeter was effing wide open. Wow. A hotel guest armed to the teeth in a building hostile to the sitting president who's had multiple prior attempts on his life. Psychology 101. This wasn't random. This was a predictable outcome of a secret service that's been hollowed out, politicized, and neutered by people who view competence as optional and Trump as an existential threat that needs handling. Wow.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Thank you so much, America First and Brian Ogden. With that 1169, that means that takes us off the board and puts us at 100 to the second additional hour of the show. And then Brian Ogden's 669 means that we are now $93.31 away from a second additional hour of the show. Thank you all so much for both of you. For Brian and for Trumpy. Yeah, you beat him to it. Yes, you did. Thanks, everybody. That's right. Blaming the Secret Service is weak sauce. The entire affair shouldn't be in public space at all. Number +1 for secure bunker ballroom. Yeah. I can read 6 or 7 knives right now without standing up. Noise. That's right. Thank you, America First and Brian. Ready to go. Well, always be ready in case you gotta whip something up. So yeah, whether it's an institutional rot, ideological capture, or something darker and more calculated, the pattern is unmistakable. Butler, Pennsylvania. Now this. They leave the door open, cracked, because deep down, too many of them wouldn't mind if it swung wide open. This is lethal negligence dressed in press release platitudes. It's not we are investigating. It's not lessons learned. It's a system that has repeatedly demonstrated it cannot or will not protect the one man the regime fears most. The psychology here is textbook. When the guardians of the realm treat the protectee like a political inconvenience instead of a sovereign imperative, the wolves don't even need an engraved invitation. They just walk right the F in. We are not safe. He is not safe. And the next breach, if the next breach succeeds because these clowns keep treating the president's life like a GD game of horseshoes, close enough counts. Then the blood won't be on the shooter's hands alone. It will be on every bureaucrat, every compromised director, every apologist who shrugged and said, the inner checkpoint worked. F that. Brian paid you $66.90. No, he didn't. Oh, no, I'm sorry. He paid me $5. I screwed up. I saw the $6.69. I have to fix this. Oh, it's right. It's 95. My bad. See? You guys corrected me. I appreciate it. So now it's 95. Away. My bad. I thought it was 93. I did my math wrong. That made me correct. You made me look it up to find you. I wish all ex-washers would offer some donations. It would be nice. It would be nice. You can. They could do what they want. Don't have to do nothing. We're here. We're doing the show. We're getting it going. It is what it is. Demand total accountability. Seriously doing lawyer math tonight. Oh, you ain't kidding. It's some strange stuff. Demand a Secret Service that treats the outer perimeter like the fortresses must be, not some half-ass suggestion box for would-be assassins. This ends now, or it ends in tragedy. The American people are watching with teeth bared. Here's Katie Pavlich. There were no checkpoints at the doors at street level. This checkpoint was only one level up from the ballroom. The stairs go down to the ballroom yards away. The fact that anyone could get this far into the building was a serious problem. It is. Yeah, here's if Biden was in charge of security. Remember this? You remember this? Wow. Wow. Anything else news happening here? Oh, okay. Well, here's what Keith Olbermann had to say. Keith Olbermann said, to repeat, if you're attending the correspondence dinner tonight and you're not planning to actively protest the presence of Donald Trump and his henchmen, this language they're using is very, Jim needs some of that Elon money. You ain't kidding. That would be nice. So he's saying if you're not going to protest Trump and his henchmen, this is the language that causes people to do this stuff. It's this language. This is what they call stochastic terrorism or something like that. Stochastic terrorism. This is what they call it. This is what they call it. What is going on? What the hell just happened? What the hell is going on? What the hell is going on? My computer's acting crazy. All right. So yeah, so Trump cancels the Witkoff and them. No.
Shell Point redefined.
No. Shell Point Marina. It's a very nice place if you want to go somewhere and have a wedding or something.
A Fox News exclusive. President Trump just told our own Aisha Hasni that he has canceled his envoy's trip to Pakistan to hold talks with Iran. Aisha Hasni sending us this direct quote from the president. I've told my people a little while ago they were getting ready to leave, and I said, nope, you're not going to make an 18-hour flight to go there. We have all the cards. They can call us anytime they want. but you're not going to be making any more 18-hour flights to sit around and talk about nothing. Now, this is significant. It came after the trip earlier in the week where we thought the vice president.
So he canceled the trip. So hopefully they're going to start bombing soon or something. I don't know. Get this shit going. Got to end this war. So they're not going. Yeah, this says President Trump abruptly cancels Witkoff and them's trip. All right, here we go. Here's this next story. Talk about the fake news hiding under the table. Shell Point's big money. Yeah. We're on the AA team. Yep. So here's Bovino. It says ICE arrests dropped nearly 12% after a Minneapolis fatal shooting and immigration shakeup. By immigration shakeup, they're saying when Bovino left. So at the peak of the crackdown, carloads of immigration officers were a common sight on streets of mini Somalia. And people were arrested every week in Texas, Florida, and California. Turn and burn. Top Border Patrol Commander Greg Bovino called the strategy with relentless displays of force and teams of agents descending on restaurant kitchens, bus stops, and Home Depot parking lots. And we all said, more, more, more. In December, arrests by ICE agents peaked at nearly 40,000 nationwide and were nearly as high the next month. 40,000 a month. It's a good start. Those are rookie numbers. We could bump them up a little. In late January, 2 American citizens who decided to attack ICE agents got killed. And then it caused people to whine about heavy-handed tactics. In the weeks that followed, ICE arrests across the country dropped by nearly 12% on average. Polling has found the general public felt the enforcement operation went too far. Not me. I didn't. Nobody I know did. And then they fired Christine Ohm. Bovino, who is the public face of the crackdown, was pushed aside, which was the biggest mistake in the world. The guy was doing the job. He was doing the job. Border Czar Tom Homan was sent to Twin Cities for a new course. I mean, I know everybody likes Tom Homan. I just want to point out that Barack Obama gave Tom Homan an award. Just saying. Barack Obama gave Tom Homan an award. Just remember. Hello, sarcastic. It's scotastic. I don't know. ICE arrest records show the department averaged 7,300 weekly arrests nationwide in the 5 weeks after Homan's drawdown, down from 8,300 a week. So yeah, that's quite a bit. To me, that's well more than 12%. That's well more than 12%. ICE numbers were not uniform across the country. ICE arrests rose in Kentucky, Indiana, North Carolina, and Florida during those 5 weeks. Many arrested were not Trump's worst of the worst. Well, they're all illegal aliens. Get them all out. Some 46% of people ICE arrested in the 5 weeks between February 4th had no criminal charges or convictions. Well, they were all criminals because they came to the country illegally. So just because we know, we've seen, you guys, everybody who watches the show knows because I've shown it to you what they do. They drop the charges. They reduce the charges. They make deals with them. They let them go. We have DAs that are funded by George Soros in this country that dismiss cases against people. We have governors pardoning people so that they can't be deported for the convictions. That's what's going on. That's the game we're playing. We see every day when they classify the people as the wrong race to skew the numbers. We see every day all these municipalities, localities, counties, and states that refuse to question a person's immigration status when they arrest them so that they can skew the numbers on who's committing the crimes. Across the country, thousands of federal court filings offer an imperfect window into how the Trump's deportation tactics remain in high gear. Like a 21-year-old Honduran man with no criminal record, who's filed a petition for release after being arrested February 22nd. The father of 3 U.S. citizen children. Well, unless the kids' mothers are a U.S. citizen, then those kids are not U.S. citizens. Why haven't we deported Soros? Yes, I don't think he lives in this country. Soros, I don't believe, lives in this country. But we could deport the son, because I don't think any of them are citizens. Get them out of here. A Venezuelan woman, a well-known South Texas doctor. Oh, stochastic. Is it stochastic? I swear my dyslexia was contagious. Stochastic. Yeah, that's what I thought it was stochastic. Stochastic. The Trump administration says we're not slowing down. Nothing has changed, but it's very clear they pulled back from some of the tactics of Operation Metro Surge. And I say, what are you doing? Yeah, your race stuff is ridiculous. I'm Caucasian. I know. It's all ridiculous. It's all ridiculous. It is. Yeah. So something's got to change. Something's got to change. It's all the same story. Then we got this story here. California voter ID measure qualifies for the ballot. So they're going to, even though the demon rats don't want these things to happen, it seems the people of California have had enough. And they actually put it on the ballot to vote on. So let's see what happens with this. Are they going to cheat to make it so that you don't have to have an ID to vote? America First says, I am black, but I was born white. You're letting bullshit to get into your head? Well, fight it. I know I'm fighting it. The amendment would also direct the Secretary of State and county registers to keep accurate voter rolls and verify citizenship. Dun, dun, dun. Hey, K. Bean. Awesome having you here, Chief. Great to see you. California voters have the opportunity to decide this November whether or not to require voter ID at polling places, as the Secretary of State certified that supporters had collected more than enough valid signatures to put the question on the ballot. California Secretary of State Shirley N. Weber announced this week that the proposed constitutional amendment had met the threshold for the November 3rd general election ballot. But we all know that demon rats don't really give a shit about the Constitution. We saw what they tried to pull in Virginia to ignore the Constitution, do what they want. Same thing they're doing here with California. Same crap. Same crap. California issues IDs to anyone who asks. Yes, they do. I've driven past Soros' house, pretty swanky. It's off of Route 22. Oh, he's got a house here? Really? The measure will formally certify for the ballot on June 25th unless its proponents withdraw it. The initiative would add a new section to the state constitution requiring voters to show government-issued identification when voting in person, or to give the last 4 digits of a unique government-issued identifying number when voting by mail. The state would have to provide a voter ID card at no cost upon request. The amendment would also direct the Secretary of State and county registrars to keep accurate voter rolls, verify citizenship attestations. What does that mean? So they have to super swear that they're a citizen? And publicly report the share of the rolls that have been verified. Proponents submitted approximately 1.36 million signatures. State law required 874,000. Well, that's because they knew they had to get more because they would, because California would just try to get rid of as many as possible. I think they did that with didn't they do that with the recall for Gavin Newsom or something like that with Newsom? They just disqualified a bunch of signatures or something. There was something that happened there. Assemblyman Carl DeMaio of San Diego and State Senator Tony Strickland of Huntington Beach and Businessman Donald D. Costanzo, main supporters of the amendment. The signature push was organized by Reform California and a coalition called Californians for Voter ID. On March 2nd, the campaign submitted more than a dozen boxes of petitions to the Riverside County Registrar of Voters, with organizers saying they collected more than 1.3 million signatures statewide. Yeah, they're just going to make them pinky swear. Would have been nice to have had Larry Elder. Yeah, would have been. DeMaio led the canvassing effort and laid out the case that identification rules would deter impersonation at the polls and shore up public confidence in elections. The measure's path became clear in 2025 as the Secretary of State's office announced that the proposal, formally dubbed the initiative that establishes additional voter identification and citizenship requirements, had cleared review by the Attorney General and entered into circulation. Volunteers and paid canvassers worked across the state and the following months to gather signatures. Oh, look at this. Low Watermark has gifted 20. Jim tells you memberships. 20. You know what that means, folks.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
Wow, with that right there, folks, that's $120. That's $120. That means that we are now $75 away from a third additional hour. Thank you, Low Watermark. Thank you so much. Very, very dramatic. It's very dramatic. It is. Nice job. Thank you. Let's see who got those. Why don't we while we're here? It says, SB Farmer received a gift of membership, Doc 27, Adeline 3772, Tiffany, Ken Phillips, Let's Go Brandon, Julius Bissy, Devin McLevy, Regine Reynolds, Kelly Davis, Gene Rogers, Jay Santiago, Penny 5, and HHH Custom Knives all received gift members, along with, oh wow, HHS Custom Knives, Violet Lilac, 6693, Kevin, PhD, Major Glitch, Mutually Assured, John the Homesteader, and Conservative Supreme, 4592, all received gifted memberships from Low Watermark. Thank you so much, Low Watermark. Thank you. Wow. Why do you never get a gifted membership? I don't know. Do you have them turned on? You have to make sure they're turned on. Yes. Wow. That's right. Opponents contend that there's little evidence of in-person voter fraud, warning that the requirement would impose new costs on counties and burden voters who do not have a current driver's license. Backers counter that providing the card at no cost removes the barrier. I mean, it just makes no sense. It makes no sense. Hold on. Sorry, I got to respond to something here. You already have a membership, America First. Yeah, you already have a membership. That's why you can't get one, because you already have one. Trying to trick me? California allows registered voters to cast ballots at their polling place by stating their name and address. Dave and Julio missed me tonight. I was going to jump on, but I was late getting here, and then all the stuff going on. It was rough. It was rough trying to get everything going, get the show. Did you see though, Mark? Did you see that Greg Bovino, the border, the head of Border Patrol, the guy that's the rock star that was doing all the deportation stuff, he replied to my tweet on this very broadcast, making a comment about the show. Mm-hmm. Dana White was at the dinner and enjoyed the show. Okay. So yeah, so it's going to be on the ballot. He retired. Oh no way, love Bovino. Yeah. Bovino made a comment on the stream about the 12% reduction, saying it's way more than that. Julio Scissors for 10 says Make Theory Thursday a weekly show. Well, thank you. I think it'll be like an early show on Thursdays. Then I'll do a show with Joe afterwards. I think that's what's going to be. With that, we're now 65 away from adding a third additional hour to the show. Thank you all so much for the generous donations. It's greatly appreciated. Joe is on. You should tell him about the Bovino shout out. Oh, Vino was being doxxed. Julio Scissors is the best. Yes, Julio's the best. Dave's the best. Low Watermark's the best. You guys are all great. Let's see here. So here's UFC President Dana White describes the moment of total chaos after shots rang out at the White House. Shots rang out in the Washington sky. Fearless, hail to the king. Okay, let's see what he has to say here.
All of a sudden, it just started getting noisy. Tables getting flipped over, guys running in with guns, and they were screaming, "Get down!" I didn't get down. It was fucking awesome. I literally took every minute of it in, and it was pretty crazy, unique experience.
So you were on the aisle. What exactly?
I was sitting. We were sitting right in front of the table.
Okay.
Right in front of where the president was.
Yes. And what exactly happened? So someone got tackled, or like what?
Nobody got tackled, but guys came in looking for shooters. And they came toward our table. I thought the shooter was over by us or something. All of a sudden, it just started getting.
Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. That is insane. Let's see here. Oh yeah, I just went. This is the judge. This is the judge that's responsible for Trump, just trying to stop Trump from building. Yeah, he's an adrenaline junkie, totally adrenaline junkie. So this is the judge that's trying to stop Trump from building the ballroom. Which, if there was a ballroom that was protected, this would have never happened. This guy, look at, he's got devil eyebrows. He's like a fucking devil. This guy, it's like a fucking demon. Look at him with the bow tie and a demon face. Yeah, look at this right here. Trump cancels U.S. peace deal. Trump ICE arrest. Look at that. 1.1 thousand people watching on. 1.1 thousand people watching on X. That's crazy, isn't it? Isn't that crazy? Wow. That's kind of crazy. The Lollipop Guild. Yep, that's him. It's crazy, isn't it? He's a pedo for sure. What is that thing? That's the judge trying to stop Trump from building the building the deal. We'll see anything else here good? Here it is for anyone who missed it. There's Bovino on a post right here watching us, and it said, "I'd say they dropped even more because it's more likely they didn't include past border patrol arrests." I mean, that's what I will say is the highlight of my year so far, almost. Almost. Anything else new? Oh, here's some more stuff. We'll do a little more of this. We'll bounce back to some more of the stuff from the White House Correspondents' Dinner. Here's Dan Scavino.
USA! USA! USA!
Yeah, you're on Bovino's radar. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it? You're gonna send me some Spock ears, the finger pointers. Oh, do me a favor, Thursday acting as your Shin Chung Spock, whatever that is. Those eyebrows are funny. Yes, I don't know. Trump's speech was really good. Man's got ice in his veins. Yes, he's. I tell you, he's not rattled really. So we saw the pictures of the suspects. Every Democrats are calling on leftists to stop trying to kill President Trump. This is Rep. Maria Glucer Perez. Please stop trying to murder the president. Are you going to call this out, Schumer? Look at this. Please stop trying to murder the president. I mean, this is what you need to happen, right? We saw that. All right. Anything else going on? We'll do a quick check. Yellow flashes drive. Yeah. So yeah, just to be clear, the theory that the leftists are running with is that the Trump administration convinced some registered Democrat to volunteer to go to prison for the rest of their life so they can use him as a patsy for a third staged attempt on his life. I mean, this is just insane. Unless this guy ends up, wherever Jeffrey Epstein is. They just take him with Jeffrey Epstein and he hangs out on Epstein's island. Not the island we know about, the secret island that nobody knows about. Apparently, it was concocted mostly just to justify the building of the ballroom. That's already being built anyway. And that's the theory. Yeah, that's their theory. Look at these people. They're crazy. Crazy. These people are all nuts. Imagine being told you're taking over a massive political organization abruptly after your husband is murdered. You're told you cannot crack. You cannot break. You must hold together. You get death threats, insults, and no matter what you're doing, they tell you're wrong. And Erica Perk broke down. We saw this earlier. I mean, this is for anybody who didn't see it.
I just want to go find
I mean, that's just crazy. 851,000 views. She also posted the shooter was dead. Anyone who found her should drop her now. Clickbait queen. There was no security at the White House dinner. No metal detectors. Nothing. This woman posting this stuff is crazy. Let's see. I mean, she's clearly clickbait, but let's see.
How did somebody get a gun into the White House Correspondents' Dinner? Honestly, as somebody who went, there was no security. You just showed your ticket and you were able to completely get in. There was just no pat downs, no metal detectors, nothing going on. So really horrible setup. And I just don't even understand how that was a thing when the United States president was going to speak, who has already had assassination.
Crazy. Metal detectors were there, so she's lying. Yes. Mike Lee says both chambers should reconvene immediately. Stay tuned until DHS is fully funded. Yes. Mike Cerniver says Trump should declare an emergency, put Congress in a full session. Appointments must be voted on. DHS and Secret Service funded. No more games. Because Jeff Clark has a recommendation. He has the same thing. Yeah, but white supremacy is the greatest threat. FJB. Yeah. Well, we all know. Bella must have had a great day. She's been KO'd most of the stream. Yeah, she had a very fun day outside. It was very warm today, so she was playing in the beach area of the pool. She thought it was very fun. So, yeah. So Trump should speak to an alarmed nation tonight. He should make a speech saying, I'm exercising my constitutional power under Article 2, Section 3 to convene both houses of Congress on this extraordinary occasion. I've ordered them to convene tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. I would have ordered them to convene right now. Check on Bella. She hasn't moved in a long time. Oh. Okay. Bella. She's just asleep. She's just asleep. Yeah, beach area. I have a pool on my lanai. It's got a beach area with a fountain and stuff. And the dog walks on it. It's like a short little. It's only like that deep. The kids playing it and stuff before you go into the pool. It's not like fancy or nothing. Deep sleep, Bella. Yeah. Keep them in session until they fund all of DHS without exception. And I will hear no Brook, no nonsense from the Senate. Yeah, or the House. That they've already in session is a pro forma capacity. The convening power allows me to insist on a real, not a pro forma session. I will send them back in the session if they try to adjourn. That's what they should do. That's what he should do. Trump has a late night presser after someone tries to shoot a place up. Oh, wait. Oh, I guess we're going to have to watch this.
This bitch. On God, motherfuckers, they always come after the ones who are impactful. They leave the ones who ain't doing shit alone. But try me again, motherfucker. I got something for that ass. It's 10% of 1%, okay. 10, 1, 10. Y'all understand percentages, yeah?
Oh, my God. They could have got the voice better, though. I mean, if they had the voice better, the voice needs to be better. Yeah, sometimes AI is okay. They need to get the voice better. The voice needs to be better. Gangsta Trump. That's right. Gangsta Trump.
If you don't, you're fired. Next question. You see this gold, beautiful metal? You see this shit? Oh, yeah, boy. Yeah, we don't want this shit, you punk ass bitch. Yeah, boy. Woo! Take that. This is huge, the best. Ah! Keep it coming. But try me again, motherfucker. I got something for that ass.
Wow. Man, they ain't playing. Oh, here's Carrie Lake talking. I was trying to find this earlier. I couldn't find Carrie Lake talking about this. She says, I walked out right next to Jake Tapper and looked him in the eye. How dare you? You caused so much division in this country with your lies. I'm done calling it gaslighting. You've lied to the American people. Shit. Trump should legit carry. Yeah, he should legit be carrying like an MP7 at all times. 2 of them strapped. Would be better with Trumpster's voice. That's what I'm saying. Would be way better. Way better. You need to get they should get somebody like that guy, Sean, what's his name? Sean something or other that does the Trump impressions. The reporters have spent a decade spreading lies about Trump. They share the blame for what happened. She says she's a mother. She's exhausted. She can't stay silent any longer. Okay. Oh, so they got her talking. So let's hear it. I guess I could have did this.
There's a report, though, that an officer was shot in a bullet-resistant vest. He's expected to be okay, Carrie. But the shooter is in custody. We have video of it up right now. The shooter is in custody. Unclear.
I will tell you, I'm sorry, but guys, I walked out, and I walked out as a complete. I'm sorry, he's a fool. Walking out next to Jake Tapper, and I looked at him and I said, "How dare you? You have caused so much division in this country, pushing lies." I said, we're not going to call it gaslighting anymore. You've lied to the people. How dare you do that? And I saw so many people from all of these news outlets who've just spread abject lies about President Trump over the years. They're part to blame of this. And I don't mean to get dramatic tonight, but I, as an American mother and an American, I'm tired of it. And I'm tired of the fake news that has just spread nothing but lies, trying to hurt this president, trying to go against the American people. And I couldn't sit there silent and walk out next to somebody like a Jake Tapper and act like he's a good guy.
Yeah.
These
Yeah, that's right. The irony is that half the people in the room caused it. It's true. And I just want to point out, and I want to ask, there is 1,310 people watching on X. So why don't you come over to YouTube so you can participate with everybody in the chat and talk to them and hang out and get to meet people and have a good time. So come on over to YouTube, please, or Rumble or Kick or Twitch, because X is a little wonky to participate, and I can't respond to X on the chat. The chat can't respond to you, but if you're in YouTube or Rumble, you can participate in the chat and talk to people. So come on over to Jim Tells You on YouTube or Rumble or Twitch or Kick. Tapper is all tapped out. Yes, let's rally. Let's do it. Let's do it. Look at this post from Wisconsin. Well, we almost got a free beer day. Either a brother or sister in the resistance needs to work on their marksmanship, or he faked another assassination thing. This Minocqua Brewing Company, anyone who does business with them knows what they should do. Outrage towards these inciters is warranted. The president was surprisingly mellow and unflappable. But for everyone else, nothing but disdain. Yes, all of these people, every one of them. This guy, this guy, this guy, this guy. See what I did there? They all need. Yeah. F YouTube asshole. Jesse James did give Trump a gold 1911. And the Arizona convoy is proof. Jake Tapeworm. Yes, he is. Yeah. Oh, look at this. One conspiracy theory now proven true. These masked white supremacists are actually Democrats. Yeah, I think they did identify a bunch of these people, a bunch of these Patriot Front people as being like students at UCLA and Berkeley and stuff like that. They identified them as Berkeley law students and stuff like that. Like, you still like Tucker? Yeah, well, he needs to stop his bullshit. I hope all the people in the room were afraid, got a wake-up call. It sure looked like some people were afraid. Like I said, KB, earlier, I said that the one good thing of all of it is all of those ghettos rule, ghettos strong. That's right. Get over to the ghetto. Get over to Rumble. That when all the guys came out with the long guns in the night vision goggles on and they were going around the room like this, that every one of those reporters' buttholes, I'm sure, puckered up just a little bit when they saw that gun with the laser pointed at them or going, over their heads or whatever. Oh, look at it. And the quartering says, while the right was infighting about pointless crap, the left just sent another assassin to take out our president. Hey, listen, Jeremy, whatever you're doing, get back to just being not crazy. Before all the Google Trend space cadets go off, here's the Cole Thomas Allen spiking over the last week in Switzerland, Taiwan, China, Central Africa, Ethiopia, Gibraltar. It's spooky. Why would this guy's name be spiking in all these places? That's weird. That is weird. 100 interest. Taiwan. China. Like what is going on? Ethiopia. That's some strange stuff, man. Gibraltar. Moldova. Tanzania. Why would his name be spiking in all these places? Russia at these different times. Isn't that weird? Isn't that strange? Oh, here's Mayor the Kami Mandami says political violence is absolutely unacceptable. I'm glad President Trump and the guests at the White House Correspondents' Dinner are safe. No, you're not. That's why you're hanging out with this guy who said this guy who personally said Trump should get whacked out. Kick is a better ghetto. Currently, it's just me. Oh, okay, Kofi. Well, it doesn't have to be just you. You don't believe that? You should verify independently. Smells like BS fake spam. I'm just reporting what I see. I don't guarantee the truth of factuality of anything that I broadcast because I'm just reporting what I'm seeing and showing you. You can check for yourself. I mean, I try to find different sources to look at stuff. When I do news stories, this is why when I do news stories, you'll notice I pull up more than one news story about it. It's because I go and I get one from the left, one from the right, one from the center, and I bring up and we talk about the differences between them and stuff like that. That's why this is when it's breaking news, it's almost impossible to verify anything as it's coming in. So generally, like, we shouldn't really talk about stuff for a couple days. But yeah, how does one verify it? It's just this stuff is happening so fast. It's just like a stream of consciousness type of thing. Yeah. Here's Greg Bovino, the artist formerly known as G. Bob. His nail ran over the head. Schumer over the derogatory Border Patrol ICE comments. Yeah. Well, we love Greg Bovino here. We love Greg Bovino here. Okay. All right. YouTube took down Yellow Flash, which sucks. Oh, look at Brock goes, for God's sake, look at the woman yell, hey! Hello, she's not got her finger on the trigger, so I guess that's a good thing. Cole Allen's sister, Arviana Allen, developed voter guides for Cal Matters and holds elite journalism credentials. Oh, I wonder if that's how you got in. There is a web app that lets you query popular search terms. Go to Google Trends and type in the name. Spence Rogers status. I think I have it right here. That's what I just pulled up. No, wait. What? I thought I just had it pulled up. What is going on? I swear I just had it pulled up. Where was I looking at that? What the hell just happened? I swore I just had it pulled up. I swore I was just looking at it. Anyway. So the sister. She's a sister, has journalism credentials. I wonder if that's how he was planning on getting in or how he got in. The 31-year-old, the California teacher that did the shooting at the Correspondents' Dinner. Public records confirmed the sibling relationship through shared mother Kathleen A. Allen and prior family address together in Torrance. Twitter randomly refreshes. I lose crap all the time. I know. That's why if you see something, you have to bookmark it. You have to. Hoping that dinner went to legal veterans. Yeah, something. I wonder what happened to all that food. It says so. Avriana worked at full stack web developer at Cal Matters, the left-leaning nonprofit California newsroom from 2011 until her recent layoff. She noted the building interactive California voter guides for the 2021 recall, the 2022 general, the 2024 president election. These tools provided explanations of voting deadlines, ballots, and statewide props, key races, candidate positions, and district lookups. She also redesigned the Cal Matters homepage, improved navigation, arcade pages. She earned a Bachelor of Science from Northwestern University's Medill School of Journalism. Prior roles includes editor at North by Northwestern and worked at Northwestern's Night Lab. Her Medill Journalists agree in experience building tools. There's no public evidence that she attended the correspondence dinner, received the press credentials for the event, or had any involvement. Well, someone's going to have to look into that. Question Secret Service to ask her, did Cole stay at your D.C. residence before or after April 25th? Oh, yeah, if his sister lives there. Yeah. They are not called rubber chicken dinners for nothing. Hotel banquet dinner food sucks. I would think that dinner, though, would be pretty good, though, because who's there and the bass sound is better. You know, when was your last phone call? Did he discuss internet autists are great? Yeah. Did you share your press credential contacts with him? So this is the sister. Well, it makes you wonder if she was at this event or had friends at the event that possibly fed her intel, which she then passed on to her brother. I thought it was relevant. Judge Dean said this evening that the shooter will be arraigned in federal court Monday morning. She also said there will be many more charges. She might have been suggesting that there were accomplices. Interesting. Texas Trib is a radical lib rag. Her background and her current roles was very interesting. Her prior roles included interactive editors. Yes. Yep. And she had she, her in her profile. Yeah. I mean, there's just not doxing the family. That's ridiculous to say that. You're doxing the family. Doxing the family. Here's Narendra Modi. He was the president, I think, or prime minister of India. I am relieved to learn that President Trump, the first lady and vice president are safe and unharmed following the recent security incident at the Washington, D.C. hotel. I extend my best wishes for the continued safety and well-being. Violence has no place in our democracy. We must unequivocally condemn. I remember she couldn't reholster the pistol either. This one couldn't reholster the pistol. Yeah. Yeah, Team YouTube, don't do this to real flash. Put us up. A Trump supporter assassinated Melissa Hortman and her husband less than a year ago. No, that wasn't a Trump supporter, dude. I hate to break that to you. That was somebody who said he was paid by Waltz. It was a Democrat appointee under government Waltz. Yeah, so just keep lying. They keep lying. Yeah. It says, Van Jones, we have to stop with this kind of violence on all sides. There's not all sides violence. There's a left-wing violence problem, and pretending it's all sides doesn't help solve the issue. That's right. That's 100 right there. Yeah, they keep trying to say that Trump is blocking stuff. Trump is not blocking stuff.
Well, I'm happy the president is speaking tonight. We do have serious issues going on in the country. We had a war going on, for goodness sakes. He might say something about that tonight, so there could be a news value to this. I'll respectfully disagree with SC on the state of journalism.
It did. My Indian turned Chinese there, and by the time I caught it, I couldn't figure out how to get it back. I'm not very good. Thank you. Come again. I couldn't get it back. I don't know what happened. I apologize. I was trying to do an Indian accent, and it went Chinese. I apologize. Yeah, what the hell accent was that? I'm betting this Torrance man had every body cavity checked multiple times. Just doesn't mean his sister's involved. No one's, but they need to look into it, though. They need to look into it. That dude could run, though. Yeah, he was very athletic. They need to look into it. Because if she lives in DC, did he stay with her? Did she know what was going on? Trump is a machine? Okay, let's see what that says. Trump is a machine. Trump is a machine.
I think journalism has never had more access to the leader of the free world than they have right now. Everybody in that room, as was noted by the press secretary, has his cell phone number. And lo and behold, he answers their calls. He answers their questions in the Oval Office on a daily, routine basis. I mean, he answers questions on the tarmac. He answers.
They said it's possible he might have been a guest. I don't know if they verified that he has a room yet, KB, and I don't know if that's been out yet. First, they said he might have been a guest. Maybe he rented a room. But if he rented a room, why wasn't he checked better? Why didn't they know he had weapons? They should have been had dogs that could smell ammunition and stuff like that when he walked in. And then begins tastes like chicken, says shotgun, check, pistol, check, knives, check, unstoppable. 5 seconds into his plan, bare-assed and hogtied on the carpet. Yeah. I don't know either. But I mean, at the sister, like, how did he get the guns? Did he drive there? Did he drive all the way from California? That's a long drive. That's over 2,000 miles, I believe. I think that's almost 3,000 miles, right? 2,600 miles, 2,700 miles, something like that. Maybe he's been there for a week. Maybe. I don't know what I'm saying. They need to tell us. We need to know. They need to get this stuff out there.
Questions on the South Lawn. You couldn't pry access like this out of Joe Biden, Barack Obama, Bill Clinton, George W. Bush, or any other president. And so if you just think of what is the job of journalism, and that is to take us inside the decision-making process of the president of the United States, we've never had a more accessible president to get those answers than we have right now. And by the way, he may roast the press. Yeah. And they spend 24 hours a day roasting him. And they need to have a little bit of thick skin and put on their big boy pants and take it.
We will. We'll sit there and we'll take it. I don't know all the people talking about walking out. You can't walk.
Look, this is the one who this is the one who earlier, S.E. Cup, who said Trump wants them dead. Sorry. I had to take some medicine. Calm me down. Just a little bit of medicine. Silence. Silence. Here's Richard Gunnell. The president of the United States was just the target of another assassin's attempt tonight. But he called me just now to check and see how I was doing because my mom died on Wednesday. Well, oh my God. Condolences, Rich. Condolences, Mr. Gunnell, on your mother's passing. May she rest in peace. Yes, may God bless you in this terrible time of loss, sir. What a solid friend and soulmate you have in Donald Trump. In his own hour of somewhat crisis, he has the time to remember his hurting friend and reach out. What a kind human. Wow, who does that? Who does that? Yes, the U.S. government's always messing with the numbers. I have not seen in decades that job numbers have not been adjusted, at least. Yeah. Well, we're not talking about job numbers. We're talking about the deportation number. Yeah. Well. Oh, here's Harry Sisson. All the Republicans using the shooting to promote Trump's ballroom are just straight up weird, man. Shut up, Harry. I'd like to say something to him, but I think I can't. I don't know. The Secret Service is unfunded tonight because of the Demon Rat shutdown. Where would the shooter have even gotten the idea to do something like this other than the New York Times, the MSNBC, Maxine Waters, Hillary Clinton, Chuck Schumer, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, Gavin Newsom, Hassan Piker, Steve Bunnell, that's his destiny, scumbag, Ivy League professors in recent Hollywood movies? Where would they? Maybe the press can pause for a moment and reflect on what their crusade against Trump has meant for him over 10 years with every event he attends. This time it was simply visited upon the press corps in their nerd prom. Welcome to the Trump world. Yeah, CEO of CNN sent a memo to all the staffers. Acknowledge what we all experienced together tonight. Yeah. I want to take a moment to acknowledge that we all experienced together tonight at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. S.E. Cup used to be very conservative. CNN took it all out of her. I don't think she was ever conservative. I think it was all an act. Most of these people that are on the news, it's an act. A lot of them, like the majority of them, it's an act. Their political leanings, just because that's what they have to do because they're actors. They're not people. Sorry. We are grateful that everyone's safe. We know it's a frightening and disruptive situation for those in the room and for your colleagues and loved ones watching live on CNN. Well, there was not very many people watching live on CNN, so there's a good thing. They were watching other places. Moments like this can stay with you in ways that are necessary or immediate or obvious. Please take care of yourselves and one another. It's perfectly okay to take a step back and talk to someone if you need to. Yeah. Support is available through our EAP. You want to recognize the team's response in real time. Wolf Blitzer, who was in close proximity when the incident occurred. This is Wolf we're talking about. Started reporting as soon as he could, even under difficult situations. Yes, Wolf was reporting from inside the men's room during the sausage fest. David Icke was right. Yeah. That was not written by a man. You're right. Good God. Why was so much of the cabinet there at the same time? It is kind of strange. Yes, it is kind of strange how many people were there. It is kind of strange. This is kind of strange. It's kind of strange. Look at this. Here's the first 7 officials in the line of succession to the president. The vice president, the speaker of the House, the president pro temp of the Senate, secretary of state, secretary of the treasury, secretary of defense, the attorney general. Every single one of these officials were in attendance with the exception of the president pro temp of the Senate, Chuck Grassley. The senator is 92 years old and recovering from gallbladder surgery. Having all these officials at the event is foolhardy at best. Had there been 10 men with long guns or a bomb, they managed to eliminate all the lists, this guy would be your acting president. Yeah. This would be the acting president. This is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah. It's crazy. As literally every Senate demon rat posts a nearly identical statement about tonight's shooting. I wish they'd agree to fully fund DHS, which has been shut down for 2 months. This isn't funny anymore. They are responsible for this. President Trump should reconvene Congress under authority and fund DHS. Yeah, totally should. Totally should. So we covered that. Oh, and then we got this. This happened in Chicago earlier today. I think he was there to attack Caitlin Collins for stealing his girlfriend, maybe, but not the Secretary of the Navy. He was fired. Yeah, not him. Active shooter. Pray for the 2 police officers that were just shot by this person. That's all I can show. Is that much? Chicago hospital shooting. Suspect in custody kills officer, critically injures another.
Yes, sir. All right. Make sure we're all set. All right. Good afternoon, everybody. Once again, we're here. I'm sad to say that we've lost another officer in the line of duty and another officer who's been critically injured. At approximately 10:50 a.m., our officers transported an individual over to Swedish Covenant Hospital for an observation, at which time 2 of our officers were shot. One was shot critically and was pronounced. The second officer right now is fighting for his life in the hospital behind us. And we ask that you keep the families of these officers in your prayers. This is a lot to go through. These are the
point we're going to talk about is because all the people that say, like, this was a person who was going in a mental crisis and the cops didn't hurt him or nothing. They took him to the hospital, which is what they say they want the social workers to do. But then the guy still killed the cops at the hospital. He means that I'd rather work in a war zone in Chicago. Yeah, well, because at least in a war zone, you know that the people you're working with aren't out to get you. Because these people that they're working for, they'll throw them under the bus and throw them right in jail.
Dangers of policing.
It's a lot of gold hats there. Those
very,
are all high-ranking officials.
Extremely dangerous.
With the Chicago Police Department. Where's all the regular officers? Chirac at his best. You ain't kidding.
But officers go out there every single day and they do this work, knowing that when they go into these environments that they're not safe. But they accept that, and that's the work that they do. We have an individual who's in custody right now, and a weapon recovered. So I just want to be clear about one thing. We're going to give you the opportunity to ask questions. This is an ongoing investigation, so I'm not going to get too deep into the details.
Wow, right now there's 1,488 people watching on X.
Information that I can
easy
give
number
you,
to have.
But
come on over to 1489 now. Come on over.
We're not going to do anything.
1490.
That
Come on over to YouTube.
I just want to make sure that everyone understands that when you ask your questions. With that, I'm going to turn it over to the mayor of the city of Chicago, Mayor Brandon Johnson.
Brandon Johnson. Wow, he's going to say something.
Thank
wow.
you, Superintendent. Thank you for your leadership. Today is a real difficult moment for our city.
Oh, okay.
It's a tragedy. You know, our officers stand in the way of harm every single day, risking their own lives. And along with them risking their lives, they have family that expect them to come home. One of our officers will not be able to return to their family. And I'm calling on the entire city of Chicago to pray for this officer's family and that they heal from this tragedy. I'm also asking the city of Chicago to pray for one of our officers that is currently fighting for their life. Is in serious condition.
Okay. All right. That's what he had to say. Well, let's see what he had to say the other day. What do you say we check what Brandon Johnson had to say the other day about the police?
Jails and incarceration and law enforcement is a sickness that has not led to safe communities.
So he said cops are a sickness. How do you get rid of a sickness? How do you destroy a sickness or disease? This guy's policies probably let that guy out of jail a dozen times. Yes, this is what he believes. Let's hear it again.
Law enforcement is a sickness, and 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 law enforcement is a sickness that has not led to safe communities. I'm going to work hard every single day to protect the people who are caught up in violence in this city. Guess why? You want to know why? Because the vast majority of them look like me.
Oh,
he doesn't talk.
If they didn't look like him, he wouldn't give a fuck. Because I'm going to do it because they look like me. But if they didn't look like me, I wouldn't give a fuck. That's why he doesn't care when the white girl got her head stomped on by that boy. Because the boy was black. The white girl was a white girl. They got her head stomped on. You guys seen that? You guys see that? And then the mother came out and said, like, oh my God, but she was picking on my son. She was bullying my son.
To black mayors about what it's like to live in communities that have been disinvested in. So no, we're not going to succumb to the sickness and the evil that Dr. King warned us about a generation ago. Jails and incarceration and law enforcement is a sickness.
Wow. What do you know? Yeah, the racist stuff that made Obama worse. Obama made worse. Yeah. Ain't kidding. And that's what's going on. So he put a statement out. Oh, I'm one of our officers, blah, blah, blah. He needs to resign. He's a BLM Marxist trash. He sure is. He sure is.
No, we don't release officers' names out of respect for the families. We need to make sure that every member of these officers' families have been notified before we release it. We don't want them to find out through the press.
Can you tell us how long they've been with the TPD?
Well, we had one officer's 38 years old, 10-year veteran of the department. The other officer's 57, 21-year veteran of the department.
Wow. 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 So right now, a wife probably and some kids don't have a husband and a father anymore. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm sure we'll find out tomorrow that this guy's been in and out of jail so many times it would make your head spin. You know. Let's see what they say here. A suspect who was already in custody, shot 2 police officers at Northside Hospital, Swedish hospital. The shooting happened at 10:50 a.m. at this Endeavor Health Swedish hospital. Police said the man in custody was taken to hospital for observation related to an unrelated incident when he used a gun to shoot the officers. Suspect fled, was later taken into custody. So when they took him to the hospital, did he have the gun on him? Did he take the cop's gun? Officer who died was a 10-year veteran. The wounded officer was served 21 years. Spokesman for Endeavor, who operates the hospital, said the campus was closed following the shooting. We asked you to keep the families of the officers in your prayers. Mayor Johnson, also, who's a scumbag, tried to, deflect and say other shit. It's a difficult moment. We're grateful to our team members and officers. Oh, Governor Václav Pritzker had something to say. Illinois mourns the loss of an officer who was shot and killed at Swedish hospital. May the memory be a blessing. Fucking scumbag. He's just a scumbag. He probably pardoned the guy or something that did it, or his shit, the law that he signed probably let the guy out. Our hearts are heavy with grief. Not yours. Your fucking body's heavy because you're a fat slob. Oh, I shouldn't have said that. That was wrong. That was a very mean thing to say. That was a very mean thing to say. I apologize. Anyway. Okay, look at this. So, shucks, I guess he gets to stay then. The girl says the case of the student who groped her and others is not about immigration status. The 18-year-old Salvador national sentencing on misdemeanor charges is fueling the Trump administration's claim that Virginia is too soft on crimes. A legal alien from India with significant criminal history has been arrested for trafficking millions of dollars worth of drugs in Florida. Huh. Don't say. Huh. You don't say. I stand by it and reject the apology. That was the YouTube apology. You know, I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to say I was bullying. I don't want them to say I was bullying the fat slob governor of Illinois. Prickster. So an illegal alien from India with a significant criminal history has been arrested for trafficking millions of dollars worth of drugs in Florida. ICE encountered Dipakamura Galani on April 16th at the Duval County Pre-Detention Facility. Prickster is successful at dieting as California teachers are at assassinations. My vote should not be in jeopardy. Should not be. So they arrested Galani on a felony warrant for trafficking drugs with an estimated street value of over $13 million. That's a lot of dollars. He was on a B2 immigrant visa that was valid until 2019, but overstayed his visa and never left the country. Oh, I guess that's Yeah. Upon interview with an immigration officer, he was able to provide documentation that he was legally present in the U.S. Galani's arrest shows how valuable our 287 partnerships are. The Florida Highway Patrol has consistently proven to be a reliable partner. Yeah, we don't fuck around in Florida. Yes. He's been convicted of providing alcohol to a child. This guy already had a bunch of convictions. He was convicted of providing alcohol to a child, arrested for felony possession of money from selling drugs, being a fugitive from justice, and drug trafficking. This is crazy. ICE has lodged a detainer. DeSantis and law enforcement agencies across Florida have signed more than 330 partnership agreements. The cat knocked over my Coke bottle, but luckily it was empty. Wow. Trucker caught smuggling 22 illegals. Mm-hmm. Look at this. Brown County, Wisconsin, illegal alien Ruben Saldago Espinosa has been sentenced for the largest cocaine seizure in Green Bay history. Wow. Isn't that odd? This is from a while ago. He operated from a compound in Rockford. We received bulk shipments of cocaine from a supply in Mexico. He modified vehicles with sophisticated hidden compartments. He had 30 kilos of cocaine. It's the largest cocaine. The shooter's house was turned into a circus. Oh, okay. We'll get back to that. Second. Wow, this is crazy stuff. Look at this. Hidalgo, Texas, legal alien murder suspect will have his charges dismissed and be deported. He's accused of stabbing his girlfriend 14 times in 2017, but has been in a mental health facility ever since, expected never to be team competent. So this guy who murdered someone has been in a mental hospital being paid for by you and me, and now they're just going to drop the charges and deport him. Angelica Sanchez Batista has completed her sentence for abandoning her child in 100-degree weather and is now reported that she will be deported to Mexico. The baby will be adopted.
Yes.
Sanchez Bautista was arrested in August after Orlando police found her 1-week-old baby in a car seat alone on a driveway on Lido Street in late July. A woman called the police saying Sanchez Bautista had recently given birth and was telling people the baby had died, but they didn't believe her.
It was discovered that the defendant wrapped the infant child in a blanket, ordered a ride from Lyft, and took the baby to a residence where the baby was left outside in 100-degree weather. Nobody was alerted to the child's presence, and when the child was located, he had a fever of 102 degrees.
Investigators said they also found Google searches on her phone about how to abandon a baby. 8 months later, Sanchez Bautista admitted to contributing to the delinquency or dependency of a minor, a second-degree misdemeanor.
How do you plead?
Guilty.
Prosecutors dropped the child neglect charge that she was facing, which is a third-degree felony.
See, so they dropped the child neglect charge, which is a felony, and then they can say, well, there's no felonies. They don't commit felonies. This is how the numbers get skewed, people, right here. They dropped the felony because she's going to be deported. And then that's why they say, well, we're deporting people that don't have felonies.
An Orange County judge sentenced her to 267 days in the Orange County jail with a time served credit of 267 days, meaning she's
so
done
she
with
just
her
gets out.
sentence.
She just
But
gets
because
out.
she has an ICE detainer, she will now be deported to Mexico. As for her baby, we did learn in court that Sanchez Bautista signed away her parental rights, and the baby is in the process of being adopted.
She should be deported by catapult. A Brazilian national, Fleury Jobison, was arrested for sex offense, electronic solicitation of a child, traveling to meet a child for an unlawful act. He has an immigration detainer hold. Oh, what do you know? Look at this. Oh. Brazilian national. Oh. Yeah, they're sending their best, all right. Berkeley County, West Virginia, illegal alien Mauricio Benlendez Bangas was charged with grand larceny and is also accused of attempting to purchase a Glock 19 handgun. Wonderful, wonderful people here. Another stellar addition to American society, courtesy of the Biden administration. Oh, that's that person, yeah. He was arrested for assault, stab, cut, or wound with militia 10. He's immigration detainer hold. Oh, yeah, look at that. Olive complexion, male. White. It's a white guy with an olive complexion. It's a white guy with an olive complexion. That's interesting. Stabbing people up. Keep your kids close if you go on a family cruise. Look at this. Routine screening turns critical. Port Everglades CBP, that's Customs and Border Patrol, removed 4 cruise ship members who admitted to having child sex abuse materials. They'll return to their home country. Huh. So be careful when you got your kids on a cruise with you. That's what happens. That's what we get into. A crowd outside of Cole Allen's alleged home on Torrance continues to grow larger as helicopters whirl above. Yeah, it was a solar after term abortion. That's what it seems like. Seems like maybe this is the guy's house that tried to do the shooting. This is so it's the family picture of them. That's the father. He looks like he looks like, what's that actor's name? The guy that was in Platoon and everything kind of looks like him. There's the mother and the daughter. So it looks like a very nice family. It's a shame. It's a shame. He had a sister in D.C., works at the Pew Research. She works as a tooling support, Washington, D.C., or LinkedIn and Pew staff. Well, It seems like there's choppers flying overhead. Yeah, seems like it. Yeah. Oh, this. She claimed we don't need a White House ballroom because Reagan used this hotel. I don't want to hear more about a new ballroom at the White House. It has nothing to do with the structure. It has to do with the security and failure of security. We have numerous presidents without a new ballroom, including Reagan. Yeah, who got shot at that same hotel, you dummy, Leslie Marshall. What is with these people? Senator Fetterman says Giselle and I are safe back at home. We're incredibly grateful for law enforcement and quick reaction. Yeah, denaturalize and deport Mehdi Hassan. I think so. Oh, they're trying to say that the Butler kid was a Republican. Such a lie. Such a lie. Apparently, the shooter has a blue sky handle, a buck naked, and he came to the event in his California teacher's uniform. The teachers at my school all know already. I've told them to come to their classrooms and talk about politics as long as they can survive. No takers yet. Oh, okay. Oh, here she was talking. Here's Kamala Harris talking about it.
Now, you may have heard that there's another dinner happening tonight.
And another
It's called the
dinner
White House
happening
Correspondents'
tonight.
Dinner, where they're raising a glass to Donald Trump. Well, trust me, Arkansas, you throw a much better party.
Oh, wow. You throw a much better party. Wow. Wow. What do I think about Dinesh D'Souza? I haven't paid any attention to him since the that 2000 Mules thing, which I was expecting more to happen with that. I don't know what he's done lately. Yeah, code switching hoe. Yep, she is. Total. Toto. In toto. In toto. Toto. Whatever. Tone deaf. One of your donors tried to kill the president. Oh, here's Army Dillon says, I have a bruise on my head from Secret Service running across my table and chairs while I ducked under Washington Post table. Thank God for the Marshals team that got me and my posse home safely. Oh, look at President Trump made a statement. It says, in light of this evening's events, I ask all Americans to recommit with their hearts, resolving our difference peacefully. Oh, look at it. It got this Duke of Nigeria. Oh. How do you know he's a Christian? Duke of Nigeria? Yeah, here's that person says no security. This guy's like, no, that's not true. There was a 2-block security perimeter. Banned Pakistani accounts. Look at this person says. Erica Kirk just before the shooting. She was giving dirty looks to the person taking her pictures. Oh, quartering. Come on, man. That ain't cool. We are a nation at war. Our POTUS was almost killed twice. Charlie Kirk murdered. Hundreds of violence attacks beginning in 2015. Random Trump voters targeted. The seriousness of this moment is still not understood. People live in glibness. Yes. We don't believe anything you say. Your vilifying of the president, warning of a path to dictatorship, help foster dangerous 6 people. Chuck Schumer, I'm closely monitoring the unfolding of the situation. Yeah, he's monitoring it and hoping that something happens so get rid of Trump. Yes. Immediately after the gunman opened fire, Lincoln Project, I've heard some things about the Lincoln Project. I heard there's like some pedo type stuff going on there. I don't know. That's what I've heard. This clown, he's going to say some vile shit about the president right after someone tried to kill him again.
Don't we have is there a rhetoric problem? I mean, it's the 3rd time you're trying to kill the president.
I think that there's one person beyond and above all others who's responsible for poisoning the rhetoric in America. That guy's name is Donald Trump.
Oh, so it's all Trump's fault. These people keep trying to kill Trump, and it's his fault. It's all Trump's fault. I think you found a Discord. Okay, whatever. CNN published this 2 days ago. How would an assassination attempt be staged? Did they know something? Who is Harmeet Kaur? Right now, all of our devices should be going through with a fine-tooth comb. These things need to be figured out. Grum status. Is that about Yellow Flash? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. I saw this. This was the selling point of the guy's game. The selling point of the game the other shooter made, they always preach peace, but are non-violent. The game was a non-violent game. They always preach peace, but in fact are the violent ones. Who knows what happened to him since 2019? Oh, yeah, so it's Trump's fault again. More people, Trump's fault. No president's ever been targeted for assassination 3 times. I think Trump's been targeted more than 3 times. So this logic holds the FBI would have paid mob informants with FBI checks. These people don't understand the difference between the federal government. Trump wanted to come back and stage and go on. Bobby Kennedy stayed seated with his head high while everyone else dove on their tables. Stephen Miller, while Secret Service agents tried to evacuate him, did not let go of his own protective cover of his pregnant wife. Code Pink is back. Oh, but here it was. Here's the before the shooter in the lobby. Code Pink was there to get inside and protest. So they could have been part of this. Code Pink could have been all part of this. Where is Marjorie Trader Green there with them? Probably.
Israel targeted and killed more than 250 journalists.
You gotta go. Come on.
Talking to people nicely. We were in there talking about Amal Khalil, a Lebanese journalist just murdered
Amal Khalil
by the Israelis. And we were there with a picture of Amal Khalil showing Wolf Blitzer the picture. He said, I don't know who that is. Oh. We said, you should know who it is because she was just assassinated by the Israelis. She was under the rubble for hours while they wouldn't let the rescuers come in. They were targeting her and then targeting the people who were going to rescue her.
What is with these crazy people? What is wrong with her face? What kind of mental disease and defect is going on there? These people should be studied for science, like in a cage.
By the time the rescuers got there, she was dead. And these are the colleagues of the people celebrating the war criminal. Both Donald Trump and Pete Hegseth are going to be in there tonight. And these journalists, in quotes, are celebrating while people are being killed in the West Bank, in Gaza, in Lebanon, in Iran. Every single day, their colleagues, their journalists are being murdered.
We saw Jen Psaki in there, she turned her back. We saw Sheryl Sandberg in there, turned her back.
I want these people all need to be investigated for being part of it. This could have been a distraction for the guy to get in. Just saying.
These are not journalists. The people on the ground in Gaza are risking their lives daily, having to report on their own people, their own families' deaths. We just saw Amal Khalil in Lebanon. And these journalists are sitting here partying with Donald.
They saw her, and you saw her in Lebanon?
I try to tell them, all we want is for you to report the truth.
Oh, report the truth. Really, report the truth. For the love of Christ, why are we listening to these harpies? Well, I thought there might be something good. No, she's got Down syndrome. Oh, is that what it is? I feel bad now. She looks a little special. Maybe, okay. That's not cool. Oh, look, they got Donald Trump.
About these things instead of just
chains around his neck. Look at that. Oh, isn't that interesting? Wow. Interesting. How did these people get in? How do these people get in there is a very question. How did they get in there?
How dare you all just stand here?
Yeah. How dare you be there? We'll be right back to this rhetoric tomorrow.
The threat right now in this country to the American people are extreme MAGA Republicans. That's the threat. That's the problem. That's the crisis that we confront. Extreme MAGA Republicans. The threat right.
Wow. But today he says, thankful for swift law enforcement to protect everybody. Yeah, reminder that none of these people are being paid to protect the president. Political violence has no place in the United States of America. It should not be a controversial statement. I watched Cash Patel walk out of the event with his girlfriend holding his arm. These reporters are trash. Wait, what? Robert Kennedy Jr.'s wife, Cheryl, came to an event ushered to an elevator. His Jeep Imperial merged. FBI director came tearing across the hallway with 2 men in tow. His girlfriend was hiding in a room with another man who was just holding her. These people are fucking lying scumbags. Yeah. The real loser tonight is Jake Tacker's handkerchief. This woman, oh my God, someone's trying to assassinate the president. Look at my selfie. 90% of the women are literally using useless in life or death situations. The second idiotic woman is focus on photos and videos of themselves while shooting's going on. You know, the most important thing to do during a shooting is film your face. The White House Correspondents' Dinner. Look at this. Wow. Make sure you get me. Oh, let's see. She's going to say something?
I'm seated near one of the doors and
Zach!
people are shouting USA now.
And so they're really scared because people are shouting USA. Democrats retardism. Jeffrey's father's was worse. Uh-oh. I'm enamored going to sleep to this, though. Thank you. The marionette streams are hard to see, but they're there. What do you put a picture of the TARDIS? What are you doing to me?
I don't know. I just heard like 4 huge knocks by this
Oh.
door.
Basically, fake. Four huge knocks at the door. Knock, knock, knock 3 times and you'll let in the shooter.
I don't know. Maybe it's.
I don't know. Why? Ugh. Bang Bang in D.C. starring Elves and Jolson. Skip Stryker. Oh, that's what that woman looked like. Yeah. Oh, God, look what they did to that woman, the picture. That is crazy how they can do that. That's just crazy. The journalist was at D.C. Do it refers to Trump. Somebody has to do it soon, bro. This is ridiculous. Oh, this one, yeah. Taylor Lorenz. Assassination, they plan to kill him. Clay Cunningham, a teacher at River Valley Middle School, Midway Independent School District, makes this clear. Oh, let's see what he has to say.
People are saying it's going to happen this weekend and they're buying champagne or whatever. But I want to remind everybody that we need to make sure that they don't bury it. We need to hang it out front of the White House for the birds to pick clean. And then once it's picked clean, we need to bronze it and install it over the entryway to the White House so that the next person who gets in there knows what's coming for them. And if they try to take it down, they can replace it. People are saying.
So this person needs to be investigated immediately. Immediately. Oh, no. Immediately. What just happened? How did it lose that? Still have no idea what's going on with Trump tonight. Just know that Jim Acosta threw a hissy fit. Meet me in front of the Hampton Inn. Jim, I'm literally waiting for you right now, you piece of shit. What's going on? What is going on? For fund the department that just saved Trump's life. Yes. Scott Jennings after the shooting. Oh, let's hear Scott Jennings after the shooting. You know, I saw a post from Congressman Jared Moskowitz, a Democrat from Florida, who said that when this happened, it was Steve Scalise, the House Republican leader, who grabbed him and threw him to a secure location. Steve Scalise himself was shot in the congressional baseball game. Well, they're currently working at agency. Oh, okay. Let's see.
Saw a post from Congressman Jared Moskowitz, Democrat from Florida, who who said that when this happened, it was Steve Scalise, the House Republican Majority Leader, who grabbed him and threw him into a secure location. Of course, Steve Scalise himself was shot years ago in a congressional baseball game. One other thing that I think should be noted: the Secret Service is an agency that it exists in the Department of Homeland Security, which has been shut down and not funded for 70 plus days. So when I think about watching these Secret Service agents and their heroism and what they have to do, they're currently working in an agency that, for many, many, many weeks now has not been taken care of. So I suspect members of Congress are going to have to confront that. And it started this past week, but that's got to get fixed. Saw a post from Congressman Jared Moskowitz, Democrat from Florida, who said that
my drink ran out. My mouth was getting a little dry, a little cotton mouth going on. So I apologize to everybody. Is my voice good? Because it says on my VU meter that it's really low, but Joe told me the other night that I was really loud. So C is for YouTube. Whatever that means. Shoestrings aren't allowed in jail. Why are they on a ballot? I'm confused now. Oh, Code Peeth looks like a Vogon. That Code Peeth, is that what you're saying? This is what the lady looked like? You're saying the lady looked like? Why do I hear something is playing and it's driving me nuts? I have some sound coming, going. Oh my God. I'm hearing something and I can't find it. I'm hearing something and I can't find it. It's driving me bananas. Wow. So, wow. I don't know where that sound was coming from. You're back. I don't know where the sound. We don't hear you, but you're cutting out. The fuck is? I'm cutting in and out. Voice is good. All right. I don't know what's happening. You're probably hearing it. And I'm hearing something. It was Trump talking. You thought you just saw Nancy Pelosi? Really? So we got this story. Missing scientists, no conspiracy, but some cases suspicious, observers say. We got these missing scientists, all right? And the reason I wanted to call is because I saw some stuff.
Always be drawn to conspiracy theories. For starters, they're interesting, but more importantly, they provide people with theories for anomalous events in a universe that can sometimes be terrifyingly random. So it's no surprise that many people are looking for a grand unified theory behind the case of the missing NASA scientists. But there's also growing skepticism about whether this particular series of unfortunate events is tied together in some malevolent plot. Clearly, some of the missing disappeared under unusual circumstances, but others appear to be run-of-the-mill tragedies. Heartbreaking, but perhaps not sinister. And as any seasoned detective will tell you, red herrings can confuse.
Yeah, so they're trying to say there's red herrings and all this stuff about the missing scientists and everything. You know, and the reporting from the AP says that how conspiracy theories about missing or dead scientists went from online forums to the White House. So it's just conspiracy theories, you see. All these scientists disappearing is just a conspiracy theory. It's completely normal. It's completely normal for all these people to just, work for the same place and just go and just walk out and just vanish. That's just normal. That's normal stuff. Just another day in Washington. As of Friday, the number grown to at least 12, with both the FBI and Congress investigating possible connections. It's very odd. Very odd. It says President Trump was skeptical about the 10 missing scientists. What? Sorry about that. Nothing to see here. Yeah. 48 years are finally over. Well, happy birthday. If it's your birthday. There is no direct connection between almost all of them. The connections do exist, are very remote. Clintonitis is always fatal. It is. So at a press conference, they talked about all these people, and he said he hopes it's random, but they're going to look into it. Bet you wouldn't think if those missing people were MSM personnel. Yeah. Those speculating about the case suggest the individuals were targeted, perhaps by global U.S. adversaries because of the sensitive nature of their work, related to topics such as astrophysics, nuclear weapons, and pharmaceuticals. Jim is passing all the dots. Ignore your lying eyes. Yeah, Oh, did that pop up on the screen? That sucks. So a professor at the University of Maryland who studies conspiracy theories. There's a professor of conspiracy theories. Shouldn't the professor of conspiracy theories probably be a guy named Alex Jones? Wouldn't that make sense? Wouldn't that make sense? I think it would make sense. And she said the idea of a sinister connection between tragedies involving scientists is a common trope within conspiracy theory communities. There's a lot of people who work for national labs and universities and government research center. And there's a lot of people that work there. So of course you're going to have a bunch of them disappear all the time. You could just take a bunch of those and name them at something sinister if you want to. Well, the guests garnered suspicion from online sleuths as they occurred. The 68-year-old Neil Caslin, a retired Army Air Force general, and another one fueled wider beliefs that there could be nefarious connection between these incidents. No one reminded me that there's no goal running on YouTube right now. The YouTuber goal is not running. And I didn't reset it. So I have to do it now. I have to start another goal now. So I have to start another goal, but it's only going to be for 1 hour because we already did over an hour of the first extra hour. What does it say? We are currently what? How much away from a third additional hour, right? 65 away from a third. Oh, that works. We're 65 away from a third additional hour. Oh, what do you know? All right. So we got an hour to get 65, and then we can add another hour. Uncontrolled laughing. Okay. An article on March 21st names 5 individuals. A chilling pattern has emerged. They're working on the side of OCP on the RoboCop Detroit pacification project. Which probably could be. It's pretty typical for how this stuff works. There's these fringe online spaces. They start it and it spreads. It's picked up by conspiratorial-minded politicians. So that's what they're claiming. There's nothing to see here. Nothing at all. Oh, we got this. Says that Congress continues to hold all-nighters, creating dysfunction after dark. What do you think? So, yeah, just as the Senate prepared to launch into a late night vote series, John Kennedy went to the floor to vent, which is always great. When John Kennedy vents, it's always a good thing. Some of his sayings, his little colloquialisms and stuff are just chef's kiss. So Kennedy said he wanted more time to debate his amendment to the budget resolution to fund immigration enforcement. Frankly, I'm worried about the health of some of our members. Not that they're in bad health, but it's hard to stay up all night. Yeah, more than 6 hours later at 3:30 a.m., senators wrapped up another marathon voting session. It's a complaint as old as Congress, where leaders in both parties often turn to the torturous grind of an overnight session to exhaust members, overcome objections, and push legislative passage. That's the thing. That's why the whole filibuster is important, because you're supposed to make them sit there and talk, and then once nobody shows up, you vote. Wouldn't be hey, what's up, Armendi? How you doing? Wouldn't be a far stretch to imagine a group of highly intelligent people seeing themselves being replaced by AI to fall into despair. Just saying. You ain't kidding. You ain't kidding. That is a thing. That is a thing. Ain't no thing. Do what you gonna do. Dun, 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 dun. I can't tell you how to sock it too. Lawmakers say it's a symptom of a broken Congress that leaders are increasingly forced to govern in the dead of night. It's getting worse, said Kevin Kramer of North Dakota. He said a growing number act only in their own self-interest and hold up bills or delay progress. Hey, Gangster Cinema Central, what's up? How's it going? You got some cocaine on your picture. It's not a healthy lifestyle, Kramer said. In the last few weeks, Congress has repeatedly debated pressing national interests at night. Just remember the song, the freaks come out at night, 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 hey, hey. Most of the drama has centered around government funding. In late March, Senate Republicans struck a deal to reopen the government with the demon rats and fund most of the Department of Homeland Security, including the TSA. But the demon rats continued to block money for ICE and Border Patrol after shootings of 2 protesters. I mean, when the lady hit the guy with the car, she was no longer a protester. Let's be real. Senators flew home for a 2-week recess. House lawmakers were asleep when the final Senate agreement was announced, saying they wouldn't pass it until the funding for ICE was included. Senators were forced to figure out a new plan. House GOP members kept in session well past midnight last week to try and ultimately failed to pass different versions of a foreign surveillance bill. Well, the FISA bill needs to go bye-bye. I'm sorry. They used to do all types of shit. They got to go. They got to be punished. When they break the rules, when they twist the laws, when they do things that make it so that you can't actually trust the government, which you should never trust the government. But I mean, when they do this stuff and they're caught red-handed, like they were with the FISA stuff, it's got to get taken away from them. That's the only explanation. That's the only explanation. Look at Bella sleeping there. She's just chilling. So who the hell is running this place, said Jim McGovern. He said Republicans threw the bill together on the back of a napkin in a back room in the middle of the night. Oh, isn't that just special? Was that like Obamacare? Remember? We got to pass the bill before we could read it. Remember that? That happened. House Freedom Caucus opposed leadership bills, said the outcome was predictable. We warned them that this was going to happen. Unfortunately, here we are at 2 a.m. So, time-consuming partisan bills push Senate into late nights. Oh, so it's all the partisan bills. A series of arcane, complicated process called budget reconciliation leaders are using to try to fund immigration. Yeah, and they're wasting it because it could be used for something else. Put the SAVE Act in there. It's an open-ended which lawmakers both parties can offer as many amendments as they want and put on the side on the record. Lisa Murkowski describes it, make each other miserable. You quoted Nancy Pelosi. Yes, I did. I quoted Nancy Pelosi. But instead of waiting around between amendments, Murkowski walked back and forth between the chamber and her hideaway, a small office each senator has in the Capitol building. I'm 14,291 steps, she said, looking at her smartwatch, which was also telling her bedtime was approaching. She can always just resign. You can always just resign, Lisa Murkowski, and let someone that actually wants to do the job that they were elected to do the job they were elected to do. You seem to not. Oh my God, right now I have 1,776 people watching in total. 1,776. I got to take a picture of that. Oh, damn it. It just changed to 1,773. Damn it. I'm going to keep an eye on it. If it does it again, I'm going to take a picture of it. We barely has enough Republican support to pass. And the Senate and the House are nearly back. Well, if it doesn't have, if the bill barely has enough Republican support, that's all it needs because they have the majority. What do they talk about? It's insane. My mom always said nothing good happens after midnight. Are you seriously using a saying about being out after midnight out at a club? You're fucking working. So Senator Andy Kim of New Jersey, a newcomer, said the eventual question is whether anyone is watching. Yeah, who's watching? Aren't American people paying attention? Oh. So he only does it for the audience. He doesn't do it because it's his job to run the country. He's just doing it if people are watching and paying attention. Because he's a star. Well, that's just crazy. Wow. Oh, look at this. There's some pictures of the guys. Look at they got MP7s. They got MP7s. Wow, this is the Secret Service people walking around. Look at this. Look at them. These are Getty images all over there of this stuff. Look at this. Wow. Wow. Wow, that's crazy. That's an MP7 right there. That's crazy. You can't get one of those unless only way you can get one of those if the federal government. They're only imported for them. Us, mere mortals. Oh, this guy continues to eat dinner after shots were fired. Someone continues to eat dinner. Look at that. Someone's still at the table.
Secretary Pete Hegseth is in that room. You've got Scott Bessent in that room. You have Tulsi Gabbard in that room. You, of course, have J.D. Vance in that room.
Wow, why is he just eating?
And as John mentioned, the White House Correspondents' dinner is where we are presently broadcasting from. And who's in the room?
Wow. The guy's just still eating. Like, well, I'm not going to mess up on this meal. If the Secret Service guy is calm, why not? Yes. Representative Mary Glusenkamp Perez, can we please stop trying to murder the president? Wow. This guy, pretty sure that this looks staged to turn the public opinion on the ballroom. The public opinion on the ballroom is everyone supports the ballroom. Why would anybody care about the fucking ballroom that's not being paid for with tax dollars? Why are these people that retarded that they think that the American people care about a ballroom being built that we're not paying for? Yes, you don't have to be this retarded, Tom. As we reported live on air, we just watched a person speed through a police barricade by the Hilton Hotel. They were asked where they were, and they applied to Minnesota councilman, the fucking first lady of the United States. Oh.
Watch out. She said, I'm a Minnesota councilwoman. I'm the first lady of the United States. Guys, flagging.
Go back to the roof cam. We just had a car go through the barricade.
And I heard what she said.
So somebody went through the barricade saying that they were a Minnesota councilwoman and a first lady. That's a little different. Thankfully, President Trump and the first lady, all members of cabinet media are safe and fine. Trump needs to quit beefing with podcasters, go bare knuckle on the Senate. Yeah. Yeah, so that's that judge we were talking about. He said the fact that the ballroom was planned to include security features such as bulletproof windows and drone-proof roof does not bring the structure within the scope of national security exception. While these features may be beneficial, they have not provided any national security justification for why these features must be installed immediately. Well, I think they have that answer now. And Jake Tapper says, well, there were supposedly some bangs. I didn't hear any bangs. Then Gonzalez has missed a statement for Secret Service as a shooter is unvetted. It's just crazy stuff, man. Crazy stuff. So here you have press members stealing bottles of wine. Also, they're stealing bottles of wine to take home with them. Look at them. Wow, well, we got to get this drunk, man. Wow, maybe they were planning on drinking it. This is afterwards. Wow.
Tragically, we've covered shootings. We've covered all sorts of.
Yeah, there was a shooting at the. There was a
terrible
shooting at the.
events.
At
But
the.
it's not
There was a shooting at the
often
White House
where you have
Correspondents'
a loved one
Dinner.
next to you in that moment.
He's an old guy thinking the shooter can do him a favor.
Tragically, we've covered shootings. We've covered all sorts of.
Privatized money is
scary and
consumer based.
terrible events.
Man,
But it's not often where you have a loved
video
one
of the
next
Golden
to you
Golden
in
Gas
that moment.
Pipeline. Oh, is that the one in Texas?
It's
Wow, is that the one in Texas? Let me see. Wow. Video footage captures a lightning strike in a gas facility in Springtown, Texas, triggering a massive explosion, sending a huge fireball into the sky visible for miles. The incident comes as the National Weather Service has issued a warning for a large and extremely dangerous tornado.
Holy shit. That's the gas plant. That's the gas plant. Holy shit.
Mom, the gas plant just blew up. Okay, thank you.
Oh.
Police or fire.
Here, going southwest. Go ahead and label this if you will. We're going to see these very strong winds. That's going to.
Wow. I hope everyone is safe and protected. That's the gas plant on fire.
Lightning
Wow.
just sit over there.
Remember, roads are raised.
Explosion into the air. Now there's a huge fire, man. Big, huge fire.
Far. Wow. Wow, they just happened to be recording at the perfect time, too. That works out great. Someone really needs to check the tap to see if the whales started buying into energy stock shade trade. That's not covered a massive. Spirit Airlines failing to do a bad strategy. Maybe don't discount collapsing jet fuel inventories underneath the aviation system. Yeah, well, we saw that. Watch the moment when Secret Service agents try to stop the shooter. That's really the video of that. Hold on. Wow.
Where's the coming from? Where's the crossfire? Look out!
Bro, somebody go.
Well, I don't think he'll be executed because he didn't kill anybody.
What the? Oh my God!
Stay down, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, stay down.
Move or stay down. I don't know. They need to make up their minds. Wow. Nobody comes in here. Everybody get back. Wow. Jonathan Gilliam says Secret Service failed at many levels, but are publicly patting themselves on the back because no one died. Weak perimeter. If there had been 2 or 3 stages to attack this, or if the attack was initiated using explosive, more attackers could have easily gotten in and further assaulted the ballroom. Yeah, I mean, if this was actually, the response within the ballroom was terrible. It took 30 seconds to get Trump off the stage. Total failure, just like the Butler shooting. Not as chaotic as January 6th. Code Pink was able to get in the room prior to the attack. Worst of all, useless agents who were guarding Trump at failed Butler, where Trump was shot, were again on the president detail, particularly the 2 useless female agents. How's that possible? Those same agents were there? I thought that one agent got suspended. I read a story. I don't think he's right, because I read that one agent got suspended because she married a foreign national and didn't tell everybody. Hey, Vince, what's up? When I saw your notes of going live, I was hoping you'd still be on when I got her. Well, thank you. I'm still here. I think he's wrong about that. The female agents were not. However, all the shot ones were hit the perp. I don't think he's right about that. I don't think he's right about that. Yeah, look at this. Presidents assassinated: Lincoln, Garfield, McKinley, and Kennedy. Presidents wounded: Roosevelt, Reagan, Trump. No, foreign presidents were while campaigning. Wow. It's always, it seems like she got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 Republicans, 1 Democrat. So heavy police presence at the California home. So they broke in, man, hitting a door with a sledgehammer. This is the shooter's house. Dan Scavino said, I never thought I'd be hitting ground again after Butler. As a result of shots being fired, brings back a lot of terrible memories. I'm so thankful everyone in attendance is okay. Everyone calling for gun control right now forgets that Shinzo Abe got with a doo-doo dad, literal thingamabob. Yeah. Should Congress reconvene immediately? Yes. Are suspects in custody? 1 suspect and is believed to have acted alone. Really? How do you know that? 2 firearms, multiple knives. How could you know that already? More photos of him and his 3 siblings throughout the years. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if this is really, his family don't have nothing to do with it that we know of. You don't have any proof of that. A room full of journalists just watch a radicalized member of their own audience act on their reporting.
Stochastic terrorism is, right, when a leader uses language that is more likely than not to radicalize.
Democracy is on the ballot still.
Democracy is on the ballot.
Democracy is on the ballot.
Democracy's on the ballot.
Democracy's on the ballot.
Democracy is literally on the ballot.
Democracy is on the ballot for this election.
Vice President Harris has made very clear that democracy is on the ballot here.
Democracy, of course, is, as the president likes to say, on the ballot.
Terrorism experts call this stochastic terrorism, where somebody has been so demonized that it creates this heightened risk of lone wolf actors.
Donald Trump is turning this nation into Nazi Germany.
You now have a president, as you said, talking about exterminating Latinos.
A re-election of Donald Trump could mean the end of democracy.
This would be the end of America.
An actual Trump-led wannabe empire is the end of democracy.
Stochastic terrorism is a way of using language that is clearly meant to incite some percentage of the people listening for a violent purpose.
What does that potentially do for unbalanced people out there?
He is destructive to our democracy, and he has to be eliminated.
Wow. Wow. Yeah. See? Wow. Wow. Bouncy bow. Wow. Wow. Bouncy bow. Wow. Wow. Something I just saw. We'll do this. Fox had to just cut. Well, the Fox News had to cut one of its reporters off as they seemed to indicate the shooting was a pre-planned false flag. What? What?
I want to just quickly tell you, I was sitting next to Caroline Levitt, the press secretary's husband. He was one of our guests. He was seated right next to me. And, right as the dinner was starting, the national anthem happened. And then he kind of leaned over and said, I watched you on TV. You do a great job. You need to be very safe. And he was just very serious when he said that to me. And he kind of looked around the room and he said, there are some.
Sounds like we lost Aisha's phone there. And this happens, by the way.
That's not, I didn't take, what the hell? I mean, he's probably talking about she does reporting that upsets people. What is going on here? My dog hates you, period. Your dog hates me? What did I ever do? What did I ever do to you, dog? I love dogs.
Especially when you have so many people attempting to utilize the same cell service at the same time. I did want to add this while we had a moment. I was just reading.
Oh, that's interesting. Our greatest ally's been busy. Oh, they're going to show. Oh, yeah, they're going to show this stuff. Don't they know that Israel's 24 hours ahead? You know, like a day ahead. So they're showing Israel with searching stuff on today's date. Oh, here's the thing that everyone's making a big deal about. Catholic Carolyn Levitt said,
ready to rumble, is he not?
He is ready to rumble.
Uh-huh.
I will tell you, this speech tonight will be classic Donald J. Trump. It'll be funny. It'll be entertaining. There will be some shots fired tonight in the room. So everyone should.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
I'm looking forward to hearing it.
I love it all. And you wrote most of it, you said.
I can't take credit.
Oh,
In true Donald Trump fashion, the man puts his pen to the paper himself. So it's a lot of his own work.
Ready to rumble, is he not?
Wow. I like Jimmy Fallon. Good guy. I like Jimmy Fallon's a good guy. Okay, yeah. So there's a whole bunch of Haitians coming in a caravan to the U.S. since the judge said that you couldn't stop the Haitians anymore. I think we saw that already. There's this one here. So you guys saw this, that Argentina wants negotiations over the Falkland Islands, but if they ever try to take them by force, does the UK defend the islands or let them go? I don't think the UK can defend them. What could the UK do? The UK took 2 weeks to send one ship to the Middle East. The UK couldn't stop the Russians when they went through the English Channel and basically flipped them off. You know, you're not going to be able to stop them. You're not taking back anything. Yeah, with these ships. This is your British Navy now. That's the British Navy. You're not taking them. You wouldn't even be able to get there. How is Britain going to defend the Falklands when they've decimated the military's resources? Thatcher got into some luck to win in 82, but we had a far larger military. Yeah. That took them a long time in 82. Our military's been hollowed out, but we should be able to defend the Falklands against a small military force like Argentina. Oh, you think so? Not when you're that far away. The U.S. parked the Nimitz off the coast. One ship could keep the entire British Navy at bay and their entire Air Force likely. Worry about your lovely island being invaded by Islam. Oh, Yeah, that's terrible. Yeah. It's absolutely an excuse for anyone with a gun getting anywhere near the sitting president. That's right. That's Vince. Saw this. Saw that. Saw this. I want to see. I thought there was a whole, like Trump gave a whole thing. I wanted to watch the whole thing, but. There's where they stormed in, the cops. Shots fired. Here he is. Here he is just arrived when he got there. Here's Trump when he arrived before the shooting happened. No. That was before all the stuff happened. Oh. Okay, so here's Marco Rubio is going to make some comments about Europe here. What is going on? Because Europe's making noise about they're going to do all this stuff. So let's see, because they want, they're going to have their own military force. They don't need NATO anymore.
The president of France, Macron, goes to China, spends about 6 hours meeting with Xi Jinping, and then on the flight back, he talks to a bunch of reporters. And here's what he told the reporters. He told the reporters, number one, that it's time for Europe to break away from the United States, not to depend on the dollar, not to depend so much on us, to become their own third superpower. The second thing he says, which I found really interesting, was that Europe needs to make sure that they don't get involved in conflicts that are not their conflicts. Specifically, that Europe should not be picking sides on Taiwan between the United States and China. And so I think this is a good moment for us to ask Europe, does Macron speak for all of Europe? Is Macron now the head of Europe? Is he now the most powerful leader in Europe? Because if he is, then there's some things we're going to need to change. Number one, Europe, including France specifically, has depended heavily on the United States for 70 years for their own defense. In fact, when Macron tried to play global superpower and send troops to North Africa to fight terrorists, he couldn't even get his own troops there. We had to fly them there, and we had to fly them back. He couldn't even get his own troops there. So if they're going to break off on their own and follow Macron's lead, that's going to save us a lot of money. As far as not getting involved in other conflicts that are not ours, we need to ask Europe, does he speak for them? Because we're pretty heavily involved in Ukraine right now. We're spending a lot of our taxpayer money on a European war. And I've supported that because I think it's in the national interest of the United States to be allies to our allies. But if our allies' position, if in fact Macron speaks for all of Europe, and their position now is they're not going to pick sides between the US and China over Taiwan, then maybe we shouldn't be picking sides either. Maybe we should basically say we're going to focus on Taiwan and the threats that China poses, and you guys handle Ukraine and Europe. So we need to find out, does Macron speak for Macron, or does Macron speak for Europe? And we need to get the answer to that pretty quickly, because China is very excited about what he said. They enthusiastically support everything he said, and apparently he said even worse. But the French presidency insisted that all the reporters that got that interview, that they had to review, they wanted to review the transcript, and they apparently took out stuff that was even more aggressive that he said. So we need to find out where Europe stands.
Definitely, we need to find out where Europe stands. Definitely. So there's some live coverage coming from the outside the guy's house.
See if I can change the title.
Head chef at the hotel prepared for a whole year at 2,000 gourmet meals ready to serve, and nobody got past the appetizer. Man, look at all this stuff going on.
What's up? They just went in.
I saw you. I saw.
Oh, there's a lot of people there just checking it out. Whose house? This is the shooter's house in California. They were not gourmet meals, I assure you. This is the shooter's house in California. I don't know.
Oh. Yeah, go away. Get out of our spot. You're not saying hey guys, FBI, they just got inside the houses. How am I going to go?
Well, I don't know. We'll just keep an eye. I don't think nothing's going to happen. I mean, they're not going to find any bombs or anything in the house, I don't think, or anything like that. Uh-oh. What's this say? It appears the shooter is a huge fan of Paul A. Thompson, who's running for the judge in Superior Court. I mean, what, because he's got a sign? I mean, I don't know. This is new outside the home. Nice looking house. Nice looking house. What shots fired? Let's steal some booze. Look at them. This is her in her own words. Here we go. Ready? This is the one.
On X, TikTok, Instagram, and in comment sections all over, people are begging, pleading for someone out there to just do it. In these pleas, the subject is never stated, the action is never spelled out, but somehow we all know exactly what's being said. But in case you are somehow still in the dark, these memes are about unaliving Trump. And
unaliving Trump. Oh, okay. So she thinks this is great. Britain will pay the price for betraying America. The Malvinas were all and always will be Argentina. Yeah, well. Dan Blazarian. Yeah, I wouldn't have him on your show. Newly paved road in Egypt pulled apart by hand by opposition politicians to prove it's poorly built. Cash Patel will go down in history as the man who saved the FBI from ruin. Yeah. Chuck Grassley came within minutes of being the next president. That could have been what happened if they didn't, All right. And then also on the other news, Valhalla, just listen to the indoctrination. In other news, the military blew up another drug boat in the Pacific, killing 2 more narco terrorists. On April 24th, which was, Friday, Southcom conducted a lethal kinetic strike on a vessel operated by a domestic designated terrorist organization. 2 male narco terrorists were killed in the action.
Your 401k just had its
My God, your
best decade
401k
in
had the
history,
biggest decade
and
in
that is
history.
exactly why you're in danger right now.
You're in danger. Wow. That boat just, I don't know. Hold on. That boat doesn't look like it's moving to me. Let's go back. This boat doesn't look like it's moving. It looks like it's sitting, just stopped. Why is it just stopped? Anyone? Does anyone know why it would just be stopped there? Are they taking out the engines before they blow them up, or do they tell them to stop and then blow them up? I mean, what's going on? So the on Monday they released
full of mucus. Try this to clear it out fast.
Hey, go away. Military has destroyed at least 55 drug boats in the Eastern Pacific and Caribbean since September. It doesn't matter. At the order of the Secretary of War, General Francis L. Donovan directed Joint Force to support Ecuadorian forces conducting lethal kinetic operations. Okay. They were probably smart enough to abandon ship. Maybe. What? What? This is not the same story. That's a different story. Yep. So they killed 2 people in the latest attack, kinetic strikes. They were operated by a designated terrorist organization, which oversees U.S. military operations. 2 male narco terrorists were killed. Numerous similar strikes have been carried out on March 20. So why are they going back? This is like the same story. What, do they just copy paste the same fucking stories? These places are just copy pasting the same stories.
His person when he opened fire, and we're told by law enforcement sources that the suspect had approached the security perimeter for the event. So for those who don't know, there are magnetometers that line the basement of the Washington Hilton's.
Well, so now they're saying there's magnetometers in the basement, but before they were saying that there was only the 1 set of them. Wow, we got this story. The State Department warns of alleged AI thefts by DeepSeek and other China firms. That's right. They're using AI to steal from everyone. The State Department has ordered a global push to bring attention to what it says is widespread efforts by Chinese companies, including an AI startup in DeepSeek, to steal intellectual property from a U.S. artificial intelligence labs. According to diplomatic cables seen by Reuters, on Friday, they sent diplomatic and consular posts around the world, instructs diplomatic staff to speak to their foreign counterparts about concerns over adversaries' extraction and distillation of U.S. AI models. A separate demarque request and message has been sent to Beijing for raising with China. A demarque. There's a demarque or demarque? Distillation is the process of training smaller models using output from larger, more expensive ones as part of an effort to lower the cost of training a new tool. The White House made similar accusations, but the cable has not previously been reported. OpenAI warned lawmakers that DeepSeek was targeting the ChatGPT maker and the nation's leading AI companies to replicate models and use them for its own training. China rejects the accusations. The Chinese embassy in Washington on a Friday reiterated its stance that the accusations are baseless. Allegations that the Chinese entities are steering American AI intellectual properties is groundless. The deliberate attacks on a China development and progress in the AI industry, it is said, statement to Reuters. DeepSeek, whose low-cost model stunned the world last year, called for adapted Huawei chips. They do not consider it stealing, but obviously it is. Démarche. Many Western and some Asian governments have banned their institutions from using DeepSeek, citing privacy concerns. State Department cables purchased to warn of the risks by utilizing AI models distilled from U.S. proprietary AI models. It mentioned Chinese firms Moonshot, Minimax. Neither company immediately responded. AI models developed from surreptitious, unauthorized distillation campaigns do not replicate the full performance of the original system. Well, that's happening. That can't be good. Oh, did you guys see this story? Trump pledges to clean up the filthy Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool and turn it American flag blue. I think I did. I saw pictures of him painting it and stuff like that. Looked very interesting. Trump said on Thursday he pledged to clean up the filthy reflecting pool. Oh, here it is.
Interest, I thought I'd bring up a subject of interest. I do a lot of this as president and try and save money. And one was the Lincoln Memorial reflecting pool, which everybody knows. That's where Martin Luther King made his great speech and where others have likewise made great speeches and great events held there. It's very famous. It was built in 1922 and it's more than 2,000 feet long. It's 167 feet wide. It's very big. That's like taller than any skyscraper, 2,000 feet. And here's a picture of it. You probably recognize it. Right now, it's got no water in it because it was in terrible shape. It was filthy dirty, and it leaked like a sieve for many years. So I actually went with Secret Service and a group of people, and I took a look at it. One of the people with me was Doug Burgum, our great Secretary of the Interior. This comes under his purview, and he said, yes, we've had a lot of problems with it. It's not working. It hasn't worked for many years, and it's always filthy dirty. And I said, well, we're going to solve the problem. And they had bids to fix it. They were going to take the stone out, which was granite, very expensive, very thick, and replace it with stone. And it was going to cost $300 million. And it was going to take maybe more than 3 years. And I said, no, there's a better way of doing it. I said, what we're going to do is I'm going to call all three of these people that have worked for me in the past doing swimming pools. That's all they can do is a swimming pool. And I said, give me a good price. We can do it for maybe $1.5 million to $2 million as opposed to $300 million. We scrubbed the surface of the existing granite that's been there since 1922. We then grouted all of the granite, fixed it up, took about 2 weeks. And now we have a nice clean surface on which we're putting a industrial grade swimming pool topping. And they said, what color would you like, sir? It's called American flag blue. I said, that's the color I want. I want American flag blue. It'll last for 40 or 50 years. There'll be no leaks. There'll be no anything. It'll look gorgeous, beautiful. So it's a story in business. And here's the difference, because somebody said, well, sir, but one, wouldn't it be a better job? I said, no, this is a much better job for much less money. It will look far more beautiful than it did in 1922 when they built it, much more beautiful. So we built it in much less time for much less money.
Much less money.
But I don't mean much less. I mean numbers that nobody can even
Crazy
believe.
numbers.
So it's
Couldn't even imagine.
$1.5 million versus 300.
Wow.
It's 2 weeks versus more than 3 years. That's just the way it is. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Wow, that's awesome. Yeah, so Trump told reporters, and the friend from Germany had recently visited, been appalled by the disheveled state of the pool. He said it's filthy, dirty, the water's disgusting looking, it's not representative of the country. Yeah. The reflecting pool. Yeah, the I Have a Dream speech was there and all that stuff. It's sick that, so they're just painting it with blue and stuff to keep the algae out, and then they're going to put water in it. Nixon also famously made an impromptu visit to Memorial to speak with anti-Vietnam protesters in May 1970. Do a lot of president want to save money. So there's the reflecting pool. Look at all the people there from I have a dream to be born naked in the eye of a storm. That's a song. So Trump had earlier posted an announcement of the renovations. I do a lot as president save money. He says, I bragged. I took it down to 1.52 million. That'll be done long before the 4th of July. Look, you can see the algae in there in this picture. You can see the algae in there. That's crazy. That's nuts. What are they building over there on the river? Huh. Isn't there supposed to be a big arch somewhere too? This big arch somewhere coming in soon? Where's the arch going to go? Project's price tag was initially pegged at $300 million. It'd take more than 3 years to complete. Instead, the pool was drained and the granite has been scrubbed clean and will be topped with American flag blue industrial grade swimming pool topping. Yeah, why wouldn't it be? Spray it with the swimming pool topping. It'll last for 40 to 50 years. There's be no leaks. It'll look gorgeous. That's great. Trump's also planning to build a gilded. No, they're building the gall room. What are you talking about, Post? With your bull crap. What you talking about, Post? Oh, here we go. Really, Shell Point again? Again?
And he said, what color would you like, sir? I said, well,
I forgot Instagram was going to end, damn it.
Bahamas. He said, well, this is Washington, sir. We can give you turquoise, but why don't you try we have a color. It's called American flag blue. I said, that's the color I like. He talked me into it very easily. So he said, that's the color I like. So he came in and
goes on
remember,
Island.
3.5 years.
Hey, old school. What's up? How you doing?
Take
Great to see
all
you.
the granite out. Then you have to put all brand new granite in. Take years to do it. Over 300 million. Our job will take 1 week. It will cost about $1.5 million. And people said, wow. And here's the only difference, because somebody said, well, the difference is, no, the difference is this is much better. This will last 30, 40, 50 years. And if it didn't, you do it again quickly if you want. So it's being done now, and I think I think you'd find it really amazing to go take a look. So here it is. You see the trucks. He's got scrapers and all sorts of equipment to make the stone as good as possible without removing it. So we're using the existing surface, so we don't have to spend millions of dollars in demolition. And he said, much better to leave the stone than it is what's underneath. They're afraid to look. And so you see it's beautiful, clean. It's ready to be taken care of. Here's a sign that we put. And so Doug Burgum and myself are involved in that. But when you take a look at the surface, we have it in good shape. And they just started today putting down the material. It's a machine. It lays it very evenly, beautiful. It goes from one side to the other. It'll take about 3 days. And you're going to end up with a beautiful, beautiful reflecting pool the way it's supposed to be. much better than it ever was, actually. It'll stay clean. We even have robots that go in it, and they ride around the bottom, and they clean it like a swimming pool, but these are a much higher level. This is industrial grade, and it's really beautiful. So you're going to have a beautiful pool, and you'll have it for July 4th, long before July 4th. Instead of taking 3.5 years, we're taking a week. And instead of spending $301 million, we're spending less than $2 million. And I think it's a great business story because there are many things like that I see. I mean, not maybe to that extent, but there are many things like that I see. I often talk about the pen. This pen's better than the one that they used to give away for $2,000. I won't go on a long story about that because a couple of people said, he kept talking about the pen. No, I gave you the whole history of it. Actually, many people found it interesting, and some people thought I was doing too much of a weave. But actually, it was a good start.
It's the president, and he's in charge of maintenance. That's crazy, ain't it?
$3, $5,
30 inches
$2.
deep. I don't think it gets
whatever
some
costs is
dolphins.
better than the one for $1,000 to $2,000 that used to hand away. So that's the short version of it.
Yeah, so he gives cheap pens away. He doesn't give the expensive pens. I actually have a pen. That was given to my great grandfather, who was part of the planning commission that worked on the Eisenhower Expressway in Chicago back in the 50s, I believe, when it was the Eisenhower, not the Eisenhower Expressway, like the Eisenhower interstate thing, like when that was signed, the bill. He's got a pen, so I don't know. And I have not Mont Blancs anymore. It's a Sharpie. I have a Mont Blanc that was, for that Eisenhower Expressway thing somewhere. I have to find it.
But I like the short version better. But the long version is this one. So this is an amazing thing that's happening, and this is a big, big beautification. In addition to that, the sidewalk areas around it, which were done in granite, similar granite to that, actually not as nice as we have here, to be honest with you. But the people that did it weren't in the world of real estate like I am. But they have good granite, circling it, and we're going to repoint it. Meaning we're going to caulk it up and repoint it, make it good. And we're going to also sandblast.
It'd be nice to see his opinions on how to
So we're going to have, in another couple of weeks, we're going to have the most beautiful reflecting pool between the Washington Monument and the Lincoln Memorial that you've ever seen. And I hope the media can go over and maybe watch them do it because I think it's very exciting. And so fraction of the cost.
Wait. All right, Trump, I love you, Trump, but it's not exciting to watch paint dry. They're putting it's basically paint. They're painting it. So watching them do it, how is it exciting? I mean, it's literally be watching paint dry. Is that really exciting? Come on. I mean, I know what he's doing, but it's not. It's watching paint dry. So it's great. It's been screwed up for years. Nobody would fix it. Trump's going to take care of it. As usual, Trump has to fix everything. All right, and then this story came out today too. Same as cement floor finishing. It's the application process, not the drying. That's interesting. Oh, okay, all right. Oh, so you're saying it's like one of those things where it's like a epoxy where it's multiple things. Then they can put like speckles and stuff in it, stuff like that, where it's like sprayed on 2 different things. Epoxy. I don't know. The overall thing and how important reflecting is. Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe it is exciting. I take it all back. So the U.S. weighs letting Venezuela fund Maduro's defense in his drug case. Wow. Maduro's defense in his drug case. Wow. The United States has agreed to modify its sanctions on Venezuela to allow the South American country's government to pay Nicolas Maduro's defense lawyer, backing off a restriction that had threatened to derail the case against the ousted president. Maduro and his wife, Celia, were captured from their home in Caracas by U.S. Special Forces on January 3rd and brought to New York to face criminal charges. Maduro's lawyer, Barry Pollock, asked Manhattan-based judge to dismiss the case because U.S. sanctions were preventing the Venezuelan government from paying his legal fees. Pollock said the prohibition amounted to the violation of his rights under the U.S. Constitution. Neither Maduro nor Flores can avoid lawyers on their own. Well, then they could get like anybody else who can't. They could. So basically what he's saying is that if If you can't pay for a private lawyer, your case gets dismissed. That doesn't make any sense. We have public defenders all the time. Why are we not paying for it ourselves, a la public defender or pro bono? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So this doesn't make any sense. All criminal defendants have a constitutional right, regardless of whether they are U.S. citizens. Yeah, and public defenders will pay it. So this is bullshit. Hellerstein said the court hearing did not intend to dismiss the case, but appeared skeptical the government was justified in blocking the payments. A judge is going to step in and say you can't sanction somebody. I think that would be a very interesting case that would, the old, separation of powers issue. The U.S. had relaxed sanctions on Venezuela since Maduro's ouster between Caracas and Washington has approved. The defendant is here. Flores is here. They present no further national security threat. That's right. The right that's implicated paramount over other rights is the right to constitutional counsel. Well, yeah, Hellerstein, appointment of Bill Clinton. So he's going to say paying for it. What about public defenders? What about public defenders? What about public defenders? Why not? Why not public defenders? Why not? Why not the public defenders? Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not? Well, Maduro dismissed the accusations that he was a crook. I'm getting pretty tired of this government buying for the attorneys. You ain't kidding, man. Yeah, sure. Let them pay for Alex Spiro and Mark Agnifola. Yeah. Yeah, why not? Why not something? Something. And then this says the U.S. to allow the Venezuelan government to cover Maduro's legal fees. What if the Venezuelan government didn't want to pay for it? What if they said, no, we don't want to pay for it? I mean, has anyone asked them if they want to pay for it? Did they say they want to pay for it? Oh, look, breaking news. Trump evacuated from the White House Correspondents' Dinner. That's not the breaking news. The breaking news is someone tried to shoot people at the White House Correspondents' Dinner. That's the breaking news. You jerks. Bunch of jerk sausages. All right. On to this next story, which is going to upset everybody. Look at this. You guys ready for this? Markel Lee, who has a lengthy criminal record already, shot and killed 17-year-old Martha Odom, who was an accomplished ballet dancer just weeks away from graduating high school. At least 5 other Americans were shot by Mr. Lee in a violent rampage. This Asian crime is getting out of hand. Mr. Lee, is he related to Bruce? Plan accordingly. Oh, never mind. I must be wrong. But oh, yeah, the governor's got some choice words here.
This is the kind of violence that we end up with when we engage in those kinds of policies. And I'm asking the legislature to go back and look at the laws. In fact, people that go into common places and decide to engage in that kind of violence, we should put them away for life. I'm done with them. It doesn't matter how old they are. Somebody has failed. It's not the government's job to raise these people. It's common sense not to go into a public space with a gun and start shooting around blindly. We got 18,000 acres at Angola. If it's up to me, I'd send them all there for the rest of their lives. Next.
Yeah, that's what you call base governor. Scumbags should get a life sentence, no parole. Yeah. Uh-oh. My bad. I want everyone to meet Louisiana High School senior Martha Odom. She was supposed to graduate this week. Sure, a lot of Dem law firms would be happy to take the case to suppose Trump. I'm sure. Mr. Lee never got to know his father, Bruce, who would have taught him the ways of karate or kung fu or something. She was killed in a shooting by Markel Lee, a 17-year-old who has extensive criminal record. I hope this kid spends the rest of his life in jail. His entire bloodline. Austin Metcalf was stabbed to death over a year ago. His murderer, Carmelo Anthony, has been camping out at home, feet up, watching TV. Not a care in the world since. Yep. Yeah, and I heard that the judge is not allowing cameras in this courtroom for this case because, racism. Yeah. Yeah, we're not going to be able to see this trial because of racism. Here's Louisiana governor tortures parents who raise terrible children and judges who release them from prison. Landry called for life sentences. We should put them away for life. I'm done with them. I don't know. Is this what we just watched? This might be what we just watched. Son of a...
In fact, people that go into common places and decide to engage in that kind of violence, we should put them away for life. I'm done with them. It doesn't matter how old they are.
All right, yeah.
Somebody has failed. It's not the government's job to raise these people. It's common sense not to go into a public space with a gun and start shooting around blindly.
Blindedly. I wish more governors were like this. He was the attorney general prior to becoming governor. He's never been on one to mince words. He's probably the most genuine governor in history. Well, we'll see. We'll see. So we have a press conference here. The whole press conference.
Within minutes, the full words should do just that. Unite this community. Yesterday, we saw the worst and the best of Baton Rouge. Our community was affected by a senseless act of violence that resulted in the loss of a precious 17-year-old and the wounding of several others. But on our worst day, our heroes showed up with their best. Our Baton Rouge police officers and East Baton Rouge sheriff's officers ran into gunfire and risked their lives in the process of saving countless others. Overall, we saw the very best of our law enforcement officers, first responders, and emergency personnel. Within minutes, the full presence of our local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies descended on the Mall of Louisiana, quickly securing the scene and escorting people to safety. Almost immediately, law enforcement officials were able to begin identifying the suspects using security, camera footage, and other investigative tools. Within hours, multiple suspects were identified, apprehended, and brought in for questioning. Today, we continue to pray for the victims and their families. I have reached out to several of the victims and families to offer my prayers and condolences. This morning, members of my staff spoke with officials of the capital area.
Let's see. I want to get to the governor talking. Who's this guy?
Place. I'm thankful we have a mayor that loves our citizenry, but yet stands for righteous acts. And today we have to say what is evil is evil. What we've experienced and the heaviness you feel in this room today is evil, and we have to stand against it. And so as we move for task force participation, special investigations, CJIC, SWAT, East Baton Rouge Sheriff's Office, VCU, another suspect.
Oh, wait, they're going to show suspects?
And ran towards the sound of that gunfire without hesitation.
And show us the suspect.
They were able to quickly secure the scene, begin rendering aid and calling for assistance. The quick actions of our law enforcement and medical professionals surely helped secure the scene and save lives. Tragically, Martha Elizabeth Odom, 17-year-old female from Lafayette, lost her life in that shooting. Donnie Guillory, a 43-year-old male, is still in the hospital undergoing surgery and is in critical condition. Right now, I'm ready to announce the arrest of Markel Lee, pictured behind me. Markel is being arrested for first-degree murder, 5 counts of attempted first-degree murder, and illegal use of the weapon. Our detectives worked throughout the night, drafting an arrest warrant for Lee's arrest and executing a search warrant at his known residence. Lee turned himself in to BRPD earlier today. We are now asking for the public's continued help in locating another suspect.
There's another suspect.
See if I can get that up. Suspect pictured here, who we will also release in a press release, is wanted in connection to the shooting. If you recognize this individual, please contact BRPD or Crime Stoppers at 344-STOP. You can remain anonymous. We have already received numerous tips since yesterday. After
said, but it was the overwhelming securing the scene information related to
and those just all around that saw what happened and it makes you feel
afternoon
initiative is for as we struggle through.
Afternoon,
I spoke today with FBI Director Kash Patel, with U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche. I want to recognize U.S. Attorney Kirk Wall, who is.
Well, I'm sure he knows them. He's just not going to say who it was.
And Special Agent.
They might have been shooting
Charles
at each
Cobb,
other or something. Maybe it was a thing where it was two guys shooting at
is
each
here
other,
as well.
gang related.
And of course, all of the agencies that have been working on this case. You know, yesterday we witnessed a deeply troubling act of violence, and an act that seems to have been driven by what we have been plagued with, neighborhood gang disputes that seem to want to spill out in our public places, putting innocent people in danger and taking the life of an innocent young lady. So I want to be absolutely clear. This conduct is not going to be tolerated in this state. It is unacceptable. And the hard truth that we all need to acknowledge is that these individuals who were either arrested or are going to be arrested did not arrive at this moment overnight. Many started down this path as juveniles. And I'm going to say what many people are afraid to say. The beginning of this failure was at home. Parents have a responsibility to raise their children, to guide their children, to intervene with their children when things go wrong. When we find ourselves arresting juveniles for violent crime, somewhere along the way, those parents' responsibilities have failed. The rest of that young man is their parents' failure first. But that responsibility doesn't just end with their parents. Our neighborhoods, our families, and our communities must also no longer turn a blind eye to this kind of violence. If you allow the kind of criminal behavior that is going on in some of our neighborhoods to take root, your neighborhood is no longer safe. And you are contributing to that problem as well. But I want you to know, to those neighborhood gangs, the consequences of yesterday are going to start being felt immediately.
I hope so.
The second failure, of course, is on the individual who chooses to engage in that conduct, in those acts of violence. And there is no excuse, none, to bring gang disputes and personal grievances into a common public area where innocent people, one was killed and many were injured. If you decide
this is a thought experiment. I don't know what people think about this, but let me say, when there used to be duels, you know, back 200 years ago, whatever, when dueling was a thing, when there was a dispute, guys would choose to duel, or whoever, two people would just choose to duel. They would go somewhere and have the duel and resolve their differences. If that was available today, do you think we would have less of this stuff because you could just threaten the person to a duel? Or do you think the people are too chicken shit that they wouldn't want to actually go do the duel? And so they would want to sneak attack people like it goes on. Do you think this would still happen, stuff like this? Or do you think it would be reduced? It would just be like a park somewhere where people went, you have a special dueling park where people go and duel in the middle of the park. And you take like a thing and people can watch if they want or whatever. I don't know. Maybe we should bring back dueling. Just saying, it's a good question, right? Would this solve some of this problem? Let the people resolve it. But you got two people that both want to kill each other. Let them go do it. Andrew Jackson was in over a dozen duels. But you know what I'm saying? If you got two people that want to kill each other, just let them go do it. Just go do it over here so nobody innocent gets hurt. We'd need time to practice. Okay.
you want to do that and commit those acts of violence in the state, we are going to hold you accountable. We are not going to allow our streets, our schools, and our public spaces to become your battleground.
those who brought this violence into our public spaces and into the lives of our ordinary citizens, innocent people, I want you to know you are now the criminal problem we are focused on. You endanger families, children, and people who were simply going about their day. In the state of Louisiana, along with our law enforcement partners on both the federal and local level, are going to start responding swiftly and decisively. Now, I want to talk directly about our judicial system. You know, judges hold enormous power, but they are not social workers with a gavel. They are the final gatekeepers of public safety. And I'm talking about both at the state level and especially in the middle district at the federal level as well. People say, we cannot arrest our way out of this problem, and they are right. But we can sentence our way out of this problem. So let me be clear.
It doesn't matter if you arrest them and they don't go to jail.
Continuously release violent offenders back on our streets, who fail to use the full authority of their office to protect the public, are going to be held accountable. When judges
Start holding judges accountable
to enforce boundaries or consequences, they're not rehabilitating anyone. What they're doing is abandoning young people until a tragedy like this becomes inevitable. And you know what? That's not justice. That's negligence. That's masquerading around as mercy. The people of Louisiana expect judges to uphold the law, to apply serious consequences for serious crimes, and to prioritize the safety of our citizens above all else. If a judge chooses to hand down weak sentences to known violent actors, if a judge decides to turn violent offenders loose with minimal restrictions, if a judge fails to treat gang-driven violence without the gravity it deserves, I am going to call them out individually, publicly, clearly, and directly. And I mean even the federal judges as well. Because when a judge fails to impose the appropriate consequences, that failure should not fall on the state. It should fall on the judge's shoulders.
That's right. Get them judges.
And when they fail to do their job, they put innocent people in danger.
That's right.
I'm asking the legislature for a full, while the session is going on, for full and holistic review of our sentencing laws. I will support, again, reforms that ensure judges have both the authority and understand the obligation to keep dangerous individuals off of our street. We are no longer going to accept complicity on our bench. Everyone,
no more,
including judges, will be accountable for public safety. And we're not just, and while we're talking about accountability in action, I'm asking that in coordination with local, state, and federal partners, including all of our law enforcement components, the National Guard, ATF, FBI, US DOJ, I'm asking them to prepare for a targeted warrant sweep focused on the individuals in the neighborhoods that these individuals came out of, or anyone who's connected to this incident. And I'm hoping that in the coming days, we will be executing warrants on every outstanding individual that is tied to this activity. Adults who enable juvenile offenders need to face consequences as well. And I'm sure we don't have a shortage of outstanding warrants here in Baton Rouge.
Yeah, no, I bet you.
And I am asking them to begin executing them.
Go get the warrants. Anybody who's got a warrant, go get them.
This is not a one-day response. I expect this to be a sustained effort. To the people of Baton Rouge in every neighborhood affected by this kind of violence. I want you to know we are drawing the line. We are going to protect innocent lives, but we are going to start imposing some consequences. And we will not allow neighborhood gangs to terrorize our communities or go into public spaces and injure or kill innocent people. If you bring your violence into public spaces, you're going to face immediate and direct action from law enforcement across every level. As you can see, we're unified, we are coordinated, and we are committed. And I want to emphasize that public safety is a team sport. It means that the members of our community have to help us as well. It's fine to see police officers in uniforms, but you do just as important of a job as they do by giving us the information or letting us know about activity, criminal activity, so that we can stop that activity before it gets to yesterday's tragedy. I do not want Louisiana to be defined by lawlessness. And quite frankly, I want us to be defined as strength, the strength of our communities, and by our resolve to protect people. Thank you, and I'll take any questions that you all may have. I guess maybe we should start from left to right.
Only on topic right now.
Governor, did Mr. Lee give any indication that, did he confess when he turned himself in? And also, what was his demeanor?
Yeah, so we're still early on in the investigation.
All right, that's a stupid question.
A lot of the questions that I'm sure you'd like to ask and get answered will not be able to be answered for their actions.
Governor, you talked also a lot about judicial reform. Do you believe that any judges potentially were lenient with the suspects, that either the one that turned himself?
What I'm telling you is the continual action of that has led to this case, but yet no one is out there holding those judges accountable when they just continue to allow. It would not surprise me as the people who are involved in this, before it's all over, don't have an extremely lengthy rap sheet. We probably won't see all of the juvenile misconduct that occurred, because we've hidden that from the general public. It's a debate that we had in the legislature last year.
Governor, you're talking about judges and wanting to hold them accountable. As you know, here in Louisiana.
All right. Well, I want to thank everybody who was here tonight. All right. We went well over 4 hours tonight. And, I know everybody's happy. They want to keep going. But is what it is, what it is. But I want to thank everybody who was here. Please remind you, if you're new or whatever, please like and subscribe. Please check out the YouTube channel. Please do all of this, that, and the others. You know what I'm saying? And hopefully we will be, back tomorrow maybe. See what happens. But until then, if I'm back tomorrow, I'll see you tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll see you Monday at 7 o'clock. So thank you, and come on back for Jim to tell you the news.